everyone. Welcome to the live and happy Autism Awareness Day. I hope you're doing fabulous. How is everyone? I'm good. Just plugging my phone in because it is low, and I'm going to use it for stuff later on if I do games. And as you guys know it, Craig, I haven't got ferrets yet. There's the link for those who want to come on. One of the two. I don't know what it is for you guys. But for me, it's there. It's there. That is left. That is left. Oh. Also, it is during the day, so we will have to deal with Spike, but yeah. I didn't, but I can have it. I'll look now. Oh my god. That's really good. Also, there is a charity. If you go down if you scroll down in the description, you can find a link and you can find it all there. Should I show those ones before I do this? Because I need to. Because for those who are those who know, I need to set up enclosure for one thing. So I ended up ordering that. I'll get that now. This one is. So I've got a male and female. Spiny flower. So here is a P. Wahlberg email. This is the male. And then I think that's here. She molted last week, so she is due a feed, but I don't have any more flies. Well, any more flies for them, so I'm gonna pop her order in when I can for them. This enclosure here is empty. This one's leopard gecko there. Then up here is like not really. Oh, that was a point. It's just thanks. It was a mantis. It was the deadleaf mantis. It was a Theraplastis desicata from the seas, but obviously I got it as an adult, and since then it's passed away. I'll be with you a lot shortly. Well, I'm still here, but I'll quickly just sort out this food stuff. But I'm currently checking if they have food. Ooh. Hmm. Mantis Garden, all you have to do is just put your email then, or click the link, follow the link, and it will tell you what to do. We'll help you. Because, I mean, all of us have, all of us at one point has done it. Not used it. Oh. We got, I don't know.
No.
Hello.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Have you noticed how nice I am to my guests? I'm so nice to people that join me.
There's like a really weird echo going on my thing.
Give me a sec.
Is anyone else experiencing that? Oh, hold on. I know what it is. It's because I've got you live on my YouTube as well. So I need to mute that.
Oh, there you go.
There's
That'll
a
be it then.
delay. That'll be it. I was like, what the
Yeah,
heck is going on?
Yeah, because that's why I was saying, did you hear me yesterday when Aaron was on Mark's live? I was like to Mark, Aaron was like, they're like, mute your background.
Yeah, it's a bit boggling sometimes, but I missed the conversation yesterday about your shed. So you've got a fox that is
Yeah.
that's living at the end of the garden. But what's the shed about? Are you moving all your animals into the shed, or?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's why I changed my name.
What, your name or
My
your YouTube name?
My YouTube name. Have you not noticed? I've changed it.
Oh, hold on.
It was Inverts with Chaz.
It was Inverts with Chaz. You're quite right.
And now it's Chaz's Exotic Cabin.
Right. Okay.
But I might change it because Ozzy's saying it's like a mouthful.
Well, what about just Chaz's cabin?
But then people would just think it's a cab. It's like, oh, see, I'll work on something.
Or it could be like the Exotic Cabin.
Ooh.
No.
It's because obviously I wanted it to be like, I wanted it to be like unique, so it doesn't seem like I'm copying anyone.
Yeah, it's really hard to be unique these days on YouTube and all social media and things like that.
I mean, you say that. I mean, my stickers and my YouTube logo.
Yeah,
I didn't make them.
Who made them then?
Leah.
Oh, awesome.
Leah made my logo and stuff.
Well, if you want an update, Chaz,
yeah,
I'll happily help you out, mate.
Yeah.
If you want to have a cabin put on it.
It's because obviously, but also I changed it because Inverts with Chaz is very misleading.
Yeah, it could be the people who are inverts.
It's just more obviously because obviously I don't just have inverts, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. It's a bit like Scott, isn't it? So instead of it being like Scott's tarantulas, he chose Scott's inverts because he has other things than tarantulas. But you've got all your
that's why
animals.
I changed it into like that's why I added the exotics bit. Because if you notice, my animals are exotic. Like being a dragon, crested gecko, leopard gecko, hermit crabs. In the future, I'll have the ferrets. So it's like it's not just inverts or reptiles. So that's why I kind of stayed away from the whole inverts of Chaz, insects of Chaz.
Yeah.
Because
I get that.
when I first started, it was just my name. It was
just Chaz.
Yeah, and obviously since then I kind of like maybe I don't want that. Maybe I want to go more,
Yeah, like a bit wider, like
Yeah,
and but also focused on the animals.
yeah. Because if I mean, that my that's basically my channel.
Yeah.
It's basically just in my love for animals and all sorts of weird. But I think I might actually I might do that or some similar like it. But it's really nice as well because obviously people that don't know
Yeah.
about like everyone who hasn't seen what was I going to say? I need to rethink.
That's all right. What about like Chaz's zoo?
Ooh, that's good. But
Because you're
obviously,
gonna have ferrets as well. Are ferrets exotic animals? Where do ferrets come from? Do you know?
their ferrets are domesticated polecats.
Okay.
They're obviously domesticated
Yeah.
European pole, but obviously since obviously you now get like the whole different varieties of them. So obviously you get obviously the champagne colors. You get the sable ones. You get albinos. You get obviously the classic polecat colors. It's like there's so many different colors.
Bloody hell, Craig. Craig's come up with a good one. What about Chaz's cave? Oh, he's frozen. Please hold, caller. Oh, that would be brilliant if Chaz came out and be like, "This week I have mostly been keeping mantises."
There you
Are you back?
go. I hope.
I can hear you. I was just looking to see.
It's annoying though because I might have to restart my live because there you go, it's gone. Never mind. It's because at the bottom, do you know? Because at the bottom it says like both cameras. So like, for example, with it, I could do this. I could do that.
That's no one
I
wants
could
to
do
see that, mate.
so. No. Anyway, as I was saying,
Yeah,
obviously my channel basically like so because everyone like no most people probably don't know. Obviously, most people probably wouldn't know like people with autism in the hobby.
yeah,
That's like the good. That's what I like about it recently. Like obviously, people started like speaking up about it more. More people with needs are coming in and stuff.
yeah.
So I kind of
It's a. I think also it's a really good hobby to focus on as well, isn't it, Chaz? If you've got those alternate learning
yeah,
styles,
but
and
also
yeah, carry on.
because obviously people say like, oh, um, support animals are great. That's technically what I use my animals for. they make like obviously like when I'm having a bad day or something, I just come in here and just like that I cheer it up. Just being like on the lives when I'm with my animals and stuff.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the lives lately because they've really sort of helped me as well.
But
Which
also,
is
I don't class them as animals anymore. Well like pets. I class them as friends because like like a little companion and stuff.
yeah. So I've got some spiders coming on Tuesday,
Uh,
Chaz.
I'm sorry, can I
You want to
I'm sorry.
restart? Oh,
No,
sorry.
Mantis Garden. If I'll post a link, and when you click on that, it will tell you like what to do and stuff to join.
Yeah, you just put your name in, and you got to authorize
Yeah,
your cameras and stuff, haven't you?
yeah. There's the link there for anyone. I say anyone. Well, anyone
Apart
that's
apart from Craig, because he's been giving me a hard time. Love you, Craig. So Chaz, I've got some spiders coming, and I'm excited.
Yeah.
I've got 3 new spiders coming to add to my family.
Ooh.
But I've got 2 Panther Speeters Machalas coming, the
Ooh.
purple ones, and not a David Bowie. I've got an orange leg trapdoor spider coming.
I like.
I'm not ready for there's a David Bowie spider, the wolf spider, isn't it? So, but Chaz, do you think that would be okay for a sling?
I don't know because I've only been obviously the tarantula hobby like recently.
Chaz, just say yes or no.
I don't know.
That's good enough for me. Neither do I. We're learning together. It should be fine.
Craig could help. Craig, you can ask Scott. You can ask Leah. I'm still like I'm still there
Chaz.
like with a empty thing. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've got them as well. I'm gonna dash for a moment, and I'll be back. I'm just gonna turn my camera off and mute myself.
That's fine. But anyway, I've got these, which I'm tempted to. I'm gonna probably use one for my brachypamma when I get it, but before I'm gonna wait until it comes. I prefer with any animal in particular. With any animal in particular, I much prefer. Let me sort this out quick. Yeah, like I much prefer using these. Well, also like everyone does.
Yeah, they're a lot better. I like them,
But
but they get big. They get too big for these, Chaz. Like you can't fit a 7-inch tarantula in one of these.
yeah. Oh, we've got someone else joining us. Hello.
Hi, mate. Hi, lads.
Hey, how's it going?
This is the first time I've done this, so I'm a bit.
Is it an insult or is it a compliment? That
Oh, Chaz, come on.
What?
What are you going to say, Chaz?
Go on.
You know me too well now.
Yeah. Mantis Garden, what is your name? Sorry, it's just totally slipped.
It's Simon, mate.
Simon, that's it. I came across your videos for the first time about a month ago. Right. I really like them.
Good. Glad somebody does.
Subscribe, guys.
Lucky than me, I found out about him all of a sudden, seeing him come up on my YouTube page with Mantis Monday. That's how I found out about you. I was like, okay.
Well, somebody was always going to do Mantis Monday. It's just screenplay, wasn't it?
It really is, isn't it? It really is.
It was either Mantis Monday or Millipede.
I think he was going to say Millipede Monday.
You
he's
take
frozen.
Millipede Monday. I'll take Mantis Monday.
I don't know how many species of millipede have you got?
None.
Yeah, you got a good point then, haven't you? I've only got a few species, you see, so it's the reason why I decided to go for the mantis.
How many species of mantis have you got?
Do you know what? I have no idea. I've got
That's me. That's literally me.
About 10 at the moment.
I got another 30 out of an Utheus, and I had an hatching yesterday.
Wait, what? What species have you got hatching?
The Sibylla preciosa hatched yesterday.
What are they?
The
What?
cryptic.
Oh, the cryptic.
And I've got another one up there now who's just about to hatch. And right behind me in this big tank, I've got Kirby
I'm
Eider
sorry,
about to hatch.
For a
Wow.
second, I thought you said Caribbean versicolor oofs. I was like, what mantis is that?
One that I've never heard of. Yeah.
So you're going to
Hi, Mike.
be catching a lot of tiny little mantises then, aren't you? Very soon.
Yeah. I can't show you, unfortunately, because they're so tiny. But
Was it yourself, Simon, that was saying that you had them escaped and they were climbing your walls?
I have, yeah. They're still climbing the walls because I don't know if you can see how tiny they are.
Oh, very tiny.
The
Yeah.
What it was, I put them in these jars, and I cunningly thought I'd put a bit of fruit in the bottom because I had some fruit flies loose, and I put the jar up here, and the fruit flies go in the jar, put the lid back on. But unfortunately, they'd let the youth in the lid, and sod's law gives it, the hour it was off, that's when they hatched. And they went everywhere, so I was full of them. Never mind. Oh, good.
Oh, Mark, no worries, buddy. Just remember that you can you just pass it on. Pass on the kindness.
Oh my god, I forgot that. For a second, because I'm looking at the live feed quick, just as a while everyone's talking, I'm just looking at the live feed quick, and I was like, oh god, I need to pay for shipping again. But then I was like, oh yeah, you said I could just add to order. I was like, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. So I bought I bought the orange leg trapdoor spider last month to be delivered on Tuesday, and then they released their new stock list, and they had the Pantherbetus Machala on there. So I was like, well, I might as well order them and just get not have to pay another tenner's postage, which was which I would, a tenner postage is a lot when you're thinking about ordering something. Hi, Jackie. Hello, Scott.
Oh no, Wanker's here.
Chaz, it's not 9.
Yeah, it's not moist o'clock yet now, mate.
It's my life.
It's not moist o'clock yet, Chaz.
It's my life. Well, I'll post a link because, yeah, there's the link if anyone wants it.
Mark, I'm hoping that that your special delivery today is going to be used very well in your rehouse video. So really looking forward to that.
I'm doing my whole live food shopping for my whole reptile. No, not reptile. I'm doing my whole invert shop. That's because I need more live food. So I'm getting live food. I mean, I've got cleanup crew. I mean, I've got cleanup crew. I mean, cleanup crew.
Oh, what's that? Is that springtails or isopods?
Springtails, which I need to set. I'm going to set them up nicely.
Oh wow, Simon!
What is that?
It's Robodera latipronotum. She
I
lives
love
up
them.
here.
Is it fully mature?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Are you hoping Usofa?
No, I've only got one, unfortunately. I do need a male. I'd love a male, but I can't find one. I've tried.
You know what I'm saying? Fudge it.
Yeah, it's who's a kiss?
It's because I haven't had a shield mantis in age. I haven't had a shield mantis since I first joined the hobby.
I've got them all over. I've got a couple up there as well, and I've got Jackie's.
Right.
Oh, Jackie!
I can't stay on for long because I've got two grandkids here, so I'm just letting everybody just say hi and all that malarkey.
Right,
Hi, Jackie.
So there you go.
Hello.
I was going to say you mentioned her name, Simon, and she appears.
Yeah.
Bugger off.
You're like, I did 3 times in a row.
Wow.
Well, he's got me at my mantis, so he's kidnapped her for a while, haven't you?
Right, I don't know about kidnap. She's right here. There you go. Over here. There you go.
That's my Dina.
You're a wave.
Playing with me.
Look, if my mantis waves back, I'll be bloody worried.
No hands.
No, hi, Lil.
I
I was going to say, Simon, you've grown another hand.
Yeah.
No.
She's
Oh,
okay.
dear,
She's okay, Jackie.
Yeah,
Right, so I'm going to have to go because we've put Beetlejuice on for kids.
Oh, brilliant film. Enjoy that.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
You only have to say that 3 times as well, he appears. It's amazing.
This is like the comedy live. I don't know.
Right, I'm going to bugger off again because obviously I'm entertaining. Oh, hang on a minute. I might end up throttling someone though, and it won't be the 2 kids either. It will be the other Simon.
What?
Not that Simon, the other Simon.
I stood the name. She just knocked the lid off a bloody flower mat. I've got flower mantis on the desk here.
Well, whose bloody fault's that, innit?
Yeah.
Right. I will catch you later. Catch you, bye.
See you, Jack.
Bye. Bye, Jack.
There's so much stuff out here running around.
I was gonna say you're not opening any containers, Simon. They're just appearing.
Yeah, I have them living on plants and stuff behind me, and
wicked.
So, a lot of mantis.
All Simon is just doing is like, oh, come here.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Like this girl here is she's actually just there all the time.
You know what? The next show I go to, do you know what my new aim is?
Go on.
To get
he's
another
frozen.
shield mantis back.
Oh, another shield mantis.
To get another, because actually that's a lie.
Wait, Chaz.
That's because I had one of the. I had one of the. I'm not sure. I don't know where it's gone. Oh no. I don't think it's alive. That's brutal, but it's like.
Oh. Tigger Lover 06.
Oh, there you are. That's a
I
lie. I do have a shield mantis, but it's like the most like. It's like the most like. Yeah, it's gone.
If you can hang on, Chaz, you can have one of these babies when they appear. Oh, I'm getting tea. There we go. I can send you a couple of these out if you like. But you have to wait until hatch at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this one's dead.
Well, I've got I ended up getting an Asian giant mantis in. I know there's quite a few of them, but from the spider shop, I had a mystery box and the.
That's the dead. That's the dead body.
Oh.
Kirby eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chaz, you want to send that to Nat's tarantulas? She'll put it. You could ask her to put it in a shadow box and pin it.
I love that.
That'd be awesome. Be your first bit of artwork up in your shed.
Yeah. Actually, it won't be only because I've got another thing that died.
I only just noticed that there's actually
know.
pallets down the side here.
And I'm very sad about this one.
Tig, what you asked about snakes, Tig? What are you asking? Oh. Is it only mantises you have, Simon, or have you got other inverts as well?
I have got one tarantula.
One. What have you got?
It's an LP.
Oh,
Mark gave it to me. Mark, Spider Guy, gave it to me at the show. Never had tarantulas. I'm terrified of spiders. I don't like them. And we went in, and Mark said, "Would you have one as a gift?" And you can't really say no, can you? So I thought, yeah, that's an awesome gift. And to be honest with you, it's not as scary as I thought it was. And I got a jumping spider. I bought a jumping spider as well. I have 19 or 20 species of icepod. I've got fruit beetles, assassin bugs, phasmids, snails, different species of snails, millipedes, cockroaches.
Mm-hmm.
I breed crickets and locusts, and I probably got other stuff that I've just forgotten. There's loads of stuff, always.
Well, it's good you got an LP though, because everyone has LPs. They're big spiders, and they're really good. They're really easy to care for, and
the wife wanted one she could cuddle, so she can have that.
I remember getting my first. So I got my first one was a Nando Chromatus, and I bought it on impulse when I was having a bit of a rough time. I'm like, oh no, I'll just buy like a spider. That made me feel better. And then I did. So I was like, oh, beginner spider went on, and I got it from like Buzz Reptiles or something. They sent it through, and I just got my snake. So for you, Tig, I have a hognose, and I just remember like it being the first spider, and then I did some more research, and then watched the Tarantula Collective and all these other things, and then they start talking about urticating hairs, and for weeks I swear I was having funny dreams about like it escaping and like kicking hairs on me, but then when you realise actually treat them with a bit of respect, they're not to be picked up. You're going to be fine.
Well, she's picked this one up already, and it's only a tiny sling.
Yeah.
She's looking forward to when it gets bigger so she can pick it up. So
they get big as well.
I know, terrifying. And I've told her, I'm moving out when that gets big. That's it. I'm going. I'm off.
Yeah, it's now the spider's house.
Yeah, because I just, they really do stress me out. But I'm trying my best. I've been playing with a jumping spider this morning. I still haven't touched it. Believe it or not, I can't touch a jumping spider. That's how much they stress me out. It makes me feel sick if it touched me or anything. So
see, that's bonkers when you have like I suppose a mantis moves a lot slower, and it's a little bit more
assassin bugs and whatnot. I mean, and I've kept centipedes. But the spiders really bother me. I don't know why, because a lot of other things don't.
They have like a different movement, don't they? It's like it is a different movement, and you don't know which way they're going to go.
It's that sneaky little stealth crawl thing they do. I just can't stand it. And they're like, why have you got 4 legs off the ground and still got 4 on? It's just no. It's just no, thanks.
This here was my first tarantula, and I've still got it.
What is it, Chaz?
Funny enough, it's very similar to the one that I just got, and that you know what one I just got.
Yep.
What's that one, Chaz? The one you shown us?
You got it's a Brachipalmi. Oh, that's
right. Yeah,
lovely. And what was the one you just got ordered yesterday, Chaz? That was a Brachipalma Smithy.
the ones. Have you noticed the ones that I'm very sought after?
They're lovely, aren't they? The Brachipalmas. Though am I correct in saying they're slow growing though? I think the chat will be able to confirm that. I think they're quite slow growing.
Considering I got this one before Bristol last year. But by the end of this year, hopefully I could get more. I'm going to get more like end of this year, like near, like obviously the next show I go to.
Yeah.
But if, obviously, I'm kind of leaning towards like, obviously, I said this before the smithy, but I'm leaning towards no more animals till I get the cabin, so then I can have like all of them like moved in, settled, and so then I know like, oh, I've got this enclosure left over, I've got this enclosure, and this and this and this.
Yeah, that's a good plan. I wish I was as sensible as you, Chaz, because I sort of.
That's what I'm thinking, but I know it's not going to happen.
I went to the Taunton show. I was like, oh, I'm only going to spend 50 quid. You know, there's a couple of things I want to pick up. You know, you buy a couple of spiders from Spar Spiders, from Uncle Dave, from Dave's Little Beasties, and, you know, before you know it, you spent 250 quid.
But I'm trying to think, did I?
I was a bit shocked when I was like, oh, but I got some really, really nice pickups. I
can't remember. Did I meet you, Mantis Garden? Did I meet you at one of the invite shows? Did I meet you at any? I can't remember.
You haven't. No, I tend to stay up north because I don't like the south.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Nick.
Hi.
I believe the Therathosa are the biggest. I'm not sure which one is the biggest though. Out of the Therathosa, it's not the blondie, is it? Is it the Sturmy? I think the Therathosa Sturmy can get massive.
That's true.
I can't remember.
That's true.
I do look at all the spider stuff. I follow Dave. I've been an avid follower of Dave for a long time, and Mark actually, before I was even Scott. So I know a bit about the spiders.
This is interesting. I'm sorry.
Your enemy, haven't you? That's
yeah.
My older brachypelma. I'm looking at one of my because I got 2 brachypelma.
What other brachypelma have you got then? Have you got 2 Hamori? Or you 2 Hamori?
hence why when Scott was doing the giveaway, Nick, who's in chat, she messaged me like straight away. I was like, I don't think you need any more Hamori because I've got the 2. I mean, I got one through. I got one at Portsmouth Tarantulas, which was the smaller one.
Yeah.
Then I was like, I mean, I do have actually saying that I do have an ex brachypelma.
An ex brachypelma.
Because I have a curlia.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And obviously they weren't the ex.
That would be a really nice one for you to get, Simon. If you were to be like trying to get over your fear, is to get the curly hair. Lovely.
You say that.
They could be right.
I'm saying okay. You don't encourage her, okay?
Like they're £10. They're really affordable, easy to raise.
Well, funny thing. Wait, actually, did you see that? Because Portsmouth Tarantulas did a TikTok when they did both of mine.
No, I didn't see that.
Because I ordered, and they did TikToks both times. But with the curly hair,
YouTube
I ordered the cheaper option one, obviously, so it's smaller, and they made a mistake and gave me the more expensive one.
Nice.
Obviously, it was the same species, but obviously it was just one was bigger than the other. I'll send it. Just chat amongst yourselves, and I'll send the video over.
Yeah, a green bottle blues are very nice tarantulas. Indeed, Craig.
Yeah, I'm just reading that now. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I did see on Sunday or whenever it was. I've forgotten now already.
It is Sunday.
I think last Sunday at Barnsley was an electric blue. I can't remember his. I just know it was Simon's, something like that. Simo at the start of it. And it had these seriously blue legs. And I was like, wow, that looked really cool.
Yeah,
Probably
like
not well, that is it.
the electric blue spiders are really nice, especially ones with the colouring. But you find like a lot of them, they're not display tarantulas, so you effectively have a pet hole that comes out once every couple of weeks to eat if you're lucky.
This was my issue with spiders. Is like people saying, "Why haven't you got spiders?" or "Why do you find them dull?" It's because they just sit in a hole. Like the millipedes I've got are millipedes, surface millipedes, because I can't see the point in getting the ones that just bury and
Yeah.
you never see them. That's not a pet. You know, you might as well have a cat, and who wants one of them?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Chaz, how many cats do you have, Chaz? None.
Same as me.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I don't.
I really, really dislike cats.
Well, if you can, obviously, by the end of May, like around then, I will have ferrets, and they're basically like cats. I mean,
They are.
people do say they're basically playful as cats and loyal as dogs. So.
Oh,
Again.
and they bite like crocodiles.
Yes. Like when I grew up, we had I think it was nine ferrets as a kid. I think it's 9. It might have been more, might have been less. And they were just fantastic. I mean, we used to use the pee to put the cats off and the rats, so that was awesome. They're useful even when they're not there. So I love ferrets. I think it just want her to like let me have one or 10.
Yeah, no, ferrets are lovely. When I grew up in the village, Craig, you like this, in the countryside, I knew someone that used to go around ratting with their ferrets.
Yeah, I used to do that. I mean, I grew up on a dairy farm, so yeah, ferrets are brilliant for us.
Yeah, it's getting them out though, isn't it? If they get down there and you've got to dig them out, and
yeah,
if they decide, oh, there's a lovely mill down there, I'm going to stay down here now and sleep it off.
Yeah, if you catch something, that's it. They're staying there until it's gone, and then you're digging them out or leaving them. A lot of them will come back anyway.
Yeah, they come out eventually.
So,
are you, Simon? Are you going to be at the? You got any shows you're going to be at? You're going to be at Bristol, or are you going to?
Considering Bristol,
I might be. I don't want to go anymore.
I don't want you to go, Jazz.
It might be a bit too far south for my liking. Really.
Oh yeah, the air pressure is different. You might get a nosebleed.
That's the problem. Yeah, too far south. I might start liking Shandy or something. So I'm not.
Hey, come on. It's a cider top. I'll have you know.
Yeah, all that. Yeah. No, I'm going to go where the whiskey lives next. I think Glasgow. We're definitely going to be at Glasgow.
Nick.
That good.
What?
Yeah.
That's probably not a good look, Nick. All in all,
don't listen to the haters, Nick.
Yeah, I think let's go next one.
That's too far north for me. You see, my tractor won't get up there.
I'm stuck in the middle of the country, pretty much, as you know, including Scotland, and I'd like near Manchester. In fact, I'm round the corner from Jackie. So we're in a similar sort of area, which is Oldham. So going down south or going up north is still a big stretch if it's all the way to Scotland or all the way down. I mean, I wanted to go and see Tom at Ants on a Rock, but it's so far away.
Mm.
And I don't like leaving these guys, to be honest. I really don't. I like to be around them all the time.
Yeah, well, you know, especially if you got like, so then it's not called egg sacs, is it? What is it called with
Uatheka?
Uathekas.
Yeah.
So if you've got some Uathekas that are about to pop as well,
That's it.
Yeah, you want to be there, don't you? And
yeah. I can't admit I've got to look now. You've made me look.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Still not hatched. It's all right. They're about to hatch any day now. So I look at them about 100 times a day, just to make sure, because that's the best way to get more mantis. So as long as you're there.
Yeah, Nick. No, I'm not going to London, unfortunately. There's a slight money issue, as in it's not in my bank account. So I would love to go to like all the shows, but it was quite interesting. We were talking about this on one of the lives a couple of weeks ago. It's about like, you know, the invert shows are amazing, but they are every month, and there are some people that go to like every single one, which I find is really interesting. But I reckon, you know, with the whole cost of living crisis and stuff, people are not going to be able to go and do that as much, which is a bit of a shame. But I'd love to go to London because it'd be really nice to meet Richard as well from the Tarantula Collective.
Not me here currently. Like,
Are you going, Chaz, to go and see London? Are you going to London?
maybe.
You haven't decided yet. No.
Has he gone in a tin box? I can't hear him. I can see his lips move.
I think he just shook his head.
Oh, right. Now he's frozen. Are you doing that? Are you doing that old Marshall Harts sort of dubbing?
Oh, Chaz, throwing up the birdie.
Yeah, not there.
Come on. Oh, it's the problem with our. Well, it's not a problem. It's actually quite fun on our WhatsApp chat. Are you part of it, Simon?
I'm Scott's.
Yeah.
Chat. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you know the birdie comes up a lot then.
I rarely actually look at my phone. I don't even contact friends or anything. I have to
That's a lie.
completely. I hate
Your life
phones
is
for
massive.
horrible things. I think it's created a society now of a lot of stupid people that just spend their entire day sitting in the house and staring at the phone. And I just thought, I'm not going to be one of those, so I don't bother with it. I just ignore it. I mean, last time I looked, it was over 3,000 chats. So I'll look now. I've got a macro lens on my phone here because that's what I use it for. It's actually constantly on my phone.
Are they any good? The macro lenses that clip.
Yeah, they're brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do it then. Tarantula Rookie gave me that advice and shared a link for me, so should.
I should see that. It's like.
Oh wow!
Right, that's not the right one. Got that.
Right, they should be.
Oh, I don't know what I've done now. Right. 731. Is that it showing? I just don't look.
The question is,
where's he gone?
I'm still here.
Not you. The other guy. I don't know who that is, actually. You know that? I don't know who that is.
Hello.
Sorry, my TV decided to start playing Tarantula Cat.
Who says?
What? I was just asking. I said, I have no idea who you are. You know that, right?
Who, me? Oh, right. I'm Nat.
Somerset Spiders?
Yeah.
Ah, right. Okay. That's it.
Yeah.
I've seen it before on the streams. I'm like, come up, Brad. It's never got your name on, so I don't know who you are.
Yeah, on YouTube it will say Somerset Spiders on the thing.
I've never seen your mugshot, you see.
Yeah.
That, you know.
I was in a point. Oh, there you are, Chaz. Thank you, Chaz.
Cheers,
so I was at a point of because I've done like a very brief overview on my channel of the Farmer Palmer Calcodes as like a test thing, and I'm like, right, so I'm going to be recording I've been doing bits today, and I'm going to be recording my first video this week to put up probably at the end of the month. And I was like in this quandary. I'm like, do I want to show my face or not? Like, because you could have, you have some very good channels where it's just like hands and doing things, but yeah, I suppose I should.
Yeah, I didn't mean that.
I think I did about 15 videos before I put my face on it. You know, I was paranoid. I got to the point like first shots, then just hands and music, and then hands and talking. And then one day I thought, well, I can't possibly do this video that I was going to do without showing my face. So I have to do it. And
Yeah.
And since then I thought, stuff it, might as well.
Well, and I was really anxious about going onto a live, but Mark, the spider guy, he was like, "Come and join, come and." So I did my first live yesterday, and actually I was like,
there.
I'm like,
I
it's
was
not that bad. Yeah, Chaz was there. He's in there. He was there. But it wasn't as bad as you think it's going to be. Like when you build it up.
No.
Well, no, this is my first live.
Well, there we go.
Nice.
It's a weekend of firsts. There you go,
Yeah,
Chaz.
Yeah.
Simon's on the live for the first time, and it's your live.
Yeah,
Yeah,
weekend
and
of
it's a
firsts.
And it's
Go
a,
get the
and
nurses
it's a
out.
special, and it's a special one. It's a special one.
It is a
If you look-
special live. Chaz, do you want to?
It
Chaz,
was
do you want to
anyway,
say?
wasn't it? I was supposed to be going out, but I said to the wife, "Should I join this?" I go out. She said, "You might as well
You
join."
send what?
Chaz, do you want to talk about the link that's attached to your video?
So, obviously, as you guys know, today is World Autism. So, as you guys know, today is World Autism Awareness Day, and
But it's Sunday.
and I found obviously there's a whole different charity, so I just but there's one I put in the link in the description where you could go and donate and help people with autism and stuff. So yeah,
Thank you for unmuting me, Chaz.
you could have
So-
unmuted the whole time.
Oh well, I don't mind. But this is Chaz's brilliant logo here.
The other way.
What's it
Is
pointing
it?
at?
It's
Other
not
way,
the other way.
other way.
It's not the other way.
It's the other way.
It's up there. That's the one.
Yeah.
See, on the StreamYard, it's saying that it's on this side.
Yeah, you can
See?
flick it the camera.
See, you didn't know you're blaming me for it.
It's because I flipped my camera. You're right.
Go in
But
the
what-
settings and click on mirror, and obviously don't
No,
know.
I am mirrored, so I can't do it when it's the normal setting. Because if I move my hand here, I'm like, why is it over this side when I'm moving it this side?
Yeah.
It really throws me.
That's one reason why I did. And it obviously talking about it is like, so I changed it because I thought it was going to be better, but no.
What other stuff have you got, Jazz?
I've got my geckos.
Your what?
I got a crested and a leopard.
Oh,
I've got-
geckos. Right.
I've got a baby leaf insect because it's like that hatched last week.
Just what?
It. You.
I've actually got rid of all mine near enough. I've got 6 left. I kept 3 males, 3 females. That's it.
I feel like with this, I'm tempted to keep them just as it's like it is like my first egg sack. It was my first obviously babies hatched and stuff. So keep it as like a memorable.
Yeah, I suppose it would be first ones. Yeah. I think mine would be well dead by now.
Diana's changed her name again.
She's a duck now, evidently. Be very careful when saying that, especially before 9 o'clock.
Also, where is Scott? He said he
Thank you,
would
Dana.
join.
Scott said he was popping for his dinner and he'll be back a little bit later.
I didn't see that.
I had a Viking hat that I forgot that I was going to bring to Barnsley because I wanted to take a photograph of Scott with a Viking hat on. I swear he just looks like something out of Vikings. He does, doesn't he?
He really does. He could be like the next.
Oh my god!
Star.
Can you imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine Scott with do you know you can get like those things that cover your beard, so it's like just like blue to your face, so it looks like he doesn't have a beard, and then under it put a fake.
He's got a chin, that Chaz.
I don't know what they're called, so thank you. Obviously, put one of them uncovering his beard. Get a fake one, and everyone just go up to him and just tug on it. But then he will be a fake. Then he'll be a fake beard. I mean, he already is. He already has a fake beard.
Chaz, check the message at the bottom.
Oh, thanks.
And Simon, it looks like Diana's got some of your stick insects as well.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I posted up some. Like I say, I gave them away. I had loads and loads of them, and it was taking up way too much space, and they was just eating me out of house and home.
They multiply fast as well, don't they? Stick insects.
Yeah, and I had hundreds, so it was like, oh god, every day it's a trek out, and they didn't eat bramble. So it wasn't that easy. If I got woods near me, I could just nip out and get tons of bramble. They don't like it, so I just get privet.
Oh, blimey!
So the worst part was it was going to people's houses and stealing their privet, which is on a daily basis. Because in winter, like in summer, it's okay. My privet can cope with it. My privets, but in winter, they just don't grow back very quickly.
Yeah,
you come to need more. And I've got none, so I have to go and steal it from other people's gardens.
Let's hope there's no like CCTV footage showing this man.
I always ask first. It's not too bad, but it's still an effort. I mean, especially in the middle of winter, if it's freezing cold, you don't feel like it's snowing or raining. You still have to go and get them food. So, it's not a case of ordering a box of crickets like it is with every other things. I hope Diana knows what she's getting herself into. Yeah, she's not the only one, by the way.
The Spider King needs a Carol Baskin to go with the Spider King.
Here you go, Chaz. I've got my Carol Baskin mug. It says, "Good morning to everyone except that B, Carol Baskin."
Show it again. That's brilliant.
I'm trying to remember who Carol Baskin is now. Why don't I know her name?
So you know the Spider King, and he got arrested and locked up. The guy that had all those not the Spider King.
King. You mean the line?
The Spider King. the Tiger King. I can't remember what his name was. He had a documentary.
Yeah.
So she was another person who had an animal reserve who's a little bit loopy.
Well, he wasn't.
Well, exactly. Well, they both were, but they effectively they hated each other, and he had like this theory that she killed her husband and fed her husband from many years ago and fed them to the tigers.
I'll post it. I'll send it to Scott's WhatsApp group. But that was like on YouTube. There was a like a fake interview thing with Carol Baskin in the background. You can hear the husband yelling. Do you want me to send it to you or?
No.
It's really funny though. Like all you can just hear in the background is just the husband yelling.
Joey Exotic, that's it.
Yeah, you can just hear him in the background.
I saw, I think it was one on Netflix. I saw one
Yes,
episode of it.
yes, it was on Netflix.
And I was like, wow, these guys are just nuts. I mean, first, I wouldn't keep a small cat, never mind a big cat. I mean, I don't like any of them. But I just thought, you must be crazy if you want to that's going to rip you apart. It's just senseless stupidity. You know, they're asking about the way they treated them. They were just asking for being hurt, and that to me is just dumb.
Well, this is the thing, though. Like some states in America, there is no legislation. Like you could have a kangaroo in your back garden if you wanted to. Like I think Texas is one of them. But then, like in other states, you can't even transfer, say, poke Lotharia. So poke Lotharia can't be transferred in America across borders. Which
California,
yeah. So it's bonkers.
I've got a friend in Texas, and he sometimes sends me videos. And I noticed just today he had a T-shirt on that said "Freedom above safety." Now, to me, that's just
that kind of says everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's like what? See, you care more about your freedom than death. Okay, fair enough.
It was quite an interesting thing I saw, which was like it was one of those political Joe things, like short things on YouTube, and he was speaking to one of like the NRA people, and it was just like, do you think drag shows are detrimental to are dangerous to people? He's like, oh yes, I definitely do.
Yeah.
What about guns? Do you think they're dangerous? No. And then he's like, do you know how many deaths happened in drag shows recently? Oh, I don't know. Like, and then he's like, and then guns. He's like, oh no, definitely not. He was like, it was something like 300 and something thousand in a year, just to guns. And then the guy goes, well, it has to be like at least 500,000 in drag shows then. And you're just like you can't like you said, freedom over safety. Like what? Like to suddenly think, well, if people go to a drag show, they're going to get shot. Yeah, bonkers.
Unless you got shot at the drag show. You know.
Well, that could possibly happen, I expect, but
that might be a thing. But in America, anything's possible, isn't it? Really, I suppose, in that respect. What?
Yeah.
Well, I thought I had something crawling down my ear, so just
thought one of your mantises has come up to say hello.
Well, it could be anything. I've got a. It's the assassin bugs I worry me. You know, they give a nasty nip, so just worried. But you do have so many things that sometimes you just sit here and all of a sudden, I'll be typing and then something will jump on my hand. So it can give you a bit of a scare sometimes, especially just for like an adult mantis or something. Or one of the males will fly. I've got males up there in the plants, and they'll just fly off sometimes, just land on your screen.
Are they good at flying, or do they fall with grace?
They don't even fall with grace. They don't even bother with grace. They just fall. Well, they're flapping their wings. The smaller.
Females do though. Females do as well though. So it's not just the males.
Well, females don't even bother. I mean, females just sort of jump with the wings open. They don't even bother flapping.
You say that. I've had females that have just like flown off.
Yeah, what species though?
Orchids, flowers.
This is what I'm just about to say. There's the smaller species, like you've got the shield mantis and that they just drop like bricks. But the smaller species like the cryptic mantis or the Pseudovartes, which is the Texas unicorn mantis, things like that. The ones that like really slim, they'll just quite happily take off and fly around your room. Sometimes they just fly around and around.
I've also had my Diplastis sessicata do it as well.
I've never seen them fly. Dessicata.
But I say fly. It's more like their classic falling with style.
Right. I've got 4 here at the moment. Hoping they'll get to adults. I'd like to breed them.
I'm trying to think if this would be good for like a 1 to 2 centimeter brachypelma?
Probably. When are they arriving, Chaz?
This week.
Mark's
Thursday.
in chat, isn't he, I think? He'd probably answer that right away.
That's
No?
what.
Okay.
Is Bear in the chat, is he?
Mark the Spider Guy was in the chat. I saw him earlier.
Yeah. Mark the Spider Guy was. He's hiding around somewhere, I think.
Somewhere.
Actually, hold the thought. I'll be back. I'm gonna quickly get something.
Does that mean hold the thought? I think it does. I think it's now our stream, mate. Until it gets.
It's now ours. We own it, right?
Yeah, it has. Yeah. Might not let him back now.
Yeah. So Simon, do you sell any shows, or have you not?
I never sold at shows. Always been in the background to do private breeding, and is what I've been doing.
Right.
But this year I plan to go public, basically, sell to anyone.
Oh, that'd be good.
So I'm
Definitely.
hoping to get a website up and running maybe next month. We shall see how now stock goes. I don't know yet.
Right. Yeah. Seeing what comes out and.
Yeah, because I wasn't really set up for it, and then I decided to do it, and I thought, I'm going to just have 1 or 2 species here available at that particular time, which is not really that good. I'd prefer something like 10 species available.
Yeah.
I'll definitely be selling assassin books. That's 100%.
Well, when you do, let me know, because I would like to get some assassin bugs. That's what I went to Taunton for. Didn't come back with any.
No.
So no, I couldn't find any, but it was so busy. But have you got a big colony or?
Yeah, I know. They're just. I've had them in 3 different enclosures, and they've started. The eggs are hatching in all 3. So.
Wow.
They're just constantly dropping eggs, so I'm not doing too bad with those. Take a bit of care though, getting them up from nymphs, because they bloody eat each other. I don't care what anyone says about being communal. They will eat each other.
Yeah, I was reading that you effectively you have to always have food in with them to stop them from cannibalizing.
Yeah, I have, and they're still. What they'll do, they'll eat the ones that are freshly hatched.
Okay.
They will demolish those. So.
Okay. So, but if you're like really on it, like they're there all the time, you can stop it, obviously. But that's not.
That's what I do. My son, he comes over every day, and he goes through the tanks and makes sure they're all in the right places for the right age, sort of thing.
Yeah.
When I say my son, it sounds like I've got a 10-year-old, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's 34, so
just a bit younger than me, then. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 34, so he's responsible. It's not like I'm not giving it that sort of job to a child.
No, that'll be child labour as well, I suppose.
It would, but I agree with that. So
yeah.
Hey, we'd never have any shoes.
Pardon?
We'd never have any shoes or phone, would we?
This is true. Or a clean chimney.
I'll agree with it. Good, Chaz, we're waiting for you. Come on, we've been holding the fort, mate. Get on with it.
Yeah, while you were gone, Chaz, we moved some stuff around, and
Moved what?
Don't worry. I'm winding you up.
You can't move anything anyway because you're not the owner.
So when are you getting these ferrets?
End of May. Well, hopefully, like near end of May, June.
End of May. Right.
Like around those.
And now you're going to get rescue ones.
Probably.
Good. Yeah. It's always best to get the rescue stuff if you can, rather than.
I fell in love with some at a rescue I visited. So
There's some beautiful ones on there. I mean, you go on the RSPCA website, and there's some lovely ones.
I've sent.
They have got.
I sent you that. I
Sorry?
showed you pictures, didn't I? Didn't I show
You
you
did,
pictures
yeah,
last night?
Discord, yeah.
Yeah, Discord. But I also showed pictures on Malkai yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Well, let's see. My wife said, yeah, he did. I don't remember. Is it like feeding something or?
There you go.
Ah, yeah.
Oh,
see.
Jazz, you framed them. That's so nice.
Proper cute. That one.
Are those going to be the ones you're getting though, Jazz? Have you
I
reserved them or?
I haven't reserved them, but I want these two.
Does that mean I can put pictures of women that I want in a frame and say I haven't reserved them, but I want these two? Is that okay? I just got it for that, so I hope it was worth it.
That might be bordering on a bit, creepy there, Simon.
Creepy. Yeah, I was thinking creepy. Yeah,
So, like
also painful.
Decorated,
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Trying to get out of it. Come on, Dina. Come on. Come on.
Oh, Simon, as well. Thanks for you put some tips in on some of my shorts about using hashtags. Was that you?
Oh, right.
Thanks for that.
What we need to do is I'm going to do some kind of shorts campaign anyway to stop people using rap music, because it's awful and it really hurts my ears. So I think some campaign is definitely needed to prevent it.
See,
I just don't. It's not right. It doesn't seem right. People put rap with the spiders or whatever with inverts, and it just doesn't go with it in my eyes. I look at it, I think, no, I want something more metal. Something rough and tough.
No.
Thing. You can't be feeding a spider to
I did.
with live animal and rapping.
Yeah. No. I'm with you. It's like so. I'm into like heavy metal rock, but also I was brought up on Zeppelin and all the good stuff. My dad was a good good man and brought me up on like Metallica and all that kind of stuff. But like every video, like tarantula feeding is like rock music as well, like heavy metal rock, and I really like. I don't know whether you might have noticed, but I've been using like lo-fi music, so chilled out stuff, and I just think it's less intrusive as well. So, because otherwise you got like you said, like with rap, it's either like full on, or rock music. You got someone doing a brilliant solo, but you're like, oh.
Yeah, you don't need 9 Inch Nails, do you?
No, but it's also the stereotype, isn't it? Not everyone that owns tarantulas wears a leather jacket and has got a Mohican.
Most of them do.
Yeah, a lot of them do. There's not. I just want to say nothing wrong with that. But
look at me. I'm just in comfort the whole time.
For now.
Yeah. Now. What do you put on your music, Jazz? Do you put music on your videos?
Not sometimes, but sometimes not.
No.
But sometimes it's more like I'm just. Obviously, sometimes I don't even do pictures. I just do.
Matt, that would be brilliant. A bit of Baby Shark playing on your videos. That would be an interesting one.
What's Baby Shark?
It's an awful. You won't like it.
You, Simon, you will love it. You need to listen to it.
Trust me.
If you want to get it, don't listen to your wife. Like,
hear her.
Yeah,
I've got the mic's here. You should be.
She's wrong. She must be thinking of the wrong song. It's absolutely lovely. Have you got an Alexa in your room, Simon?
No, not in the room, not in this room. Oh, she's on that PC though, so maybe.
I will
No, it's
fight
fine.
for divorce if you.
I have one on my phone.
Oh, Simon, she's talking divorce. Don't do it.
It's awful.
She's just sat here giggling now.
It's
You're telling me
awful.
Baby Shark is awful. So I have no idea what it is. I just don't do stuff like that.
No.
In fact, I don't think I've heard anything new since 1985. So
It's not you.
you know, I live in a cupboard, mate. That's it. I hate it. I hate all modern stuff. So yeah, well. Have you ever noticed at the shows? I'll tell you everything. You can make a fortune at the shows if you just weigh the people in, because there's that much metal on them. Most of them. It's like I've never seen so much metal. It's unbelievable.
I used to have them like all the way up around here, and I've still got my little flesh tunnels, which I like. But yeah, us rockers.
I used to have my hair down my back. I may put pictures in some videos or something. But I used to have my hair down the back, and you'd have to chisel my leather jacket off and that. And I had earrings and everything.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't do was tattoos. That's it. I hate them. This girl.
Oh,
So
Chaz, could you do big screen?
Oh, don't need to brag.
Wait, Jackie.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, you gotta focus. This is Jackie's mantis. She's only visiting me for sex.
That sounds really.
The mantis, not Jackie. Just make a point of that. But yeah, she's here to mate up. I've got quite a few males in the species, so. But this one's a bit chunky. She's gonna have to go on a diet for a week or two. Otherwise, I'll get a feeder when they're eating, when they're mating, and probably rip his face off. So
does that? Do you find that helps? Does it make them less inclined to eat the males?
I've never lost a male, so.
Have you not?
No, I never leave them though. A lot of people just like to put them on a curtain, give the female a fly or something, and then put the male behind it, and then walk off. I'm like a helicopter parent, and I sit there with a paintbrush and a finger and make sure that the male never gets chomped. So, yeah, quite successful with it. I'm quite pleased about that, because I do tend to like the males just as much as the females. You can get me off the big screen now, Chaz. It's starting to feel weird. Are you going to go back on there, darling? Go on back on there. Get you.
She's gone.
You know, when you put them down and they've got that one leg that they won't release. And just you can't pull it away, or she'll bit the foot off. So you're just standing there like an idiot. Yeah. I've forgotten what I was saying now, actually.
Well, Matt from Tarantula Rookie, he's saying like, good job for that though. Keeping your males alive.
Yeah, well, you know, we're one of them, so I just want to make sure, see if we can set an example. You listening?
Yeah, what did you say?
Nothing. I never said a word.
I missed that.
I don't. So I don't know who this is.
What's that, Chaz?
Some random person messaged me. I don't know who it is.
I fully agree, Matt. You know, it's one of my fears of
Oh,
when I eventually get to like breeding tarantulas is like
Oh, I
trying
know who
to
it is.
save the
don't
males.
worry. Don't worry. I know who it is. I know who it is. I know.
Hi, Matt. First time you see me on the stream, mate. Haven't quite got your beard, pal.
While the Spider King's here as well, Jay, awesome. I think it's you, Jay, that dyed your beard. You look at least like 10 years younger.
Sorry, I don't think I've spoken to Spider King or seen it before.
Have you not?
No.
He shared a very interesting video on the chat today, which was worms that are in mantis, wild caught mantis. You get them wet and then all the worms come out.
Hair worms, yeah. It
was absolutely fascinating, a little bit gross, but really fascinating. And I think the thing that got me was on this video is they got the mantis out, but you could see all of it. And then the mantis turned round and started eating the worms.
Sounds about right, yeah.
They're not the sharpest tool in the shed, are they?
Hello.
There we are.
Hello.
Hello. What are you after?
Pop up.
You want a drink? Join in. There's everybody. They're saying hi.
Hello, Mark. Hello, Victoria.
Hi, Nat. Hi, Simon.
Hello.
Hi, Chair. Happy National Autism Day. Or World Autism Day. Right. Over here. There we are. So our light keeps fading in and out.
Matt, are you going to join us on the chat at all today? Because I can happily dip out if you want to jump on. I don't know how many people Chaz can have.
I can.
You're asking Matt about lenses earlier, weren't you?
I mean,
Yeah.
up to at least I think.
So these little things that you get.
I can have more than this.
Oh, yeah.
They just is that the sort of clip on the phone jobs or proper?
That's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Tarantula Rookie, our lovely Matt sent me a link, and I was like, "Oh, do I get them?" Because you're always like, "Oh, are they going to be any good?" But I would like to get some.
They're pretty close, so it depends what you're doing. Sometimes the teas will get a bit annoyed depending on what they are, and mantises tend to just climb on it. So,
me there for a second, like, who is this? Text me. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I've never texted you personally before, have I? It's just a number to you, not a.
Yeah, that's why it's like,
name.
who is this? Like, I don't know who this is, but I was like,
I'm a big man.
but then I realised when I tap on your
that lens I thought you'd fixed.
oh no.
Mary, hello, Grandad.
Bonjour.
Look. Oh, you don't recognise his forearm. That's what it is.
I think for you.
There you are. Grab that.
There you go, Victoria.
Matt literally pulling his arm out of its socket at the.
Bless her.
Yeah.
What's going on in the Tarantula room today, then, Matt?
I've just rehoused a little tiny agnustum, which is this little tiny dude.
Yeah.
Another little Toledo counter. So just rehoused that. But I'm on the phone today rather than the laptop because it was in my hand.
Makes sense.
So, but yeah. So I'm just mounting it on a tripod. How is everyone? How is Chaz?
I'm good.
Good. But yeah, it's hot in here today because I went out and I've left the curtain open and the sun's been coming through the window and the room's about, well, when I came in here this afternoon, it was about 28 degrees.
Yeah.
Are all your teas doing what mine do? They sort of like push themselves up against the glass to the edge.
Yeah, I'll show you in a sec. Yeah,
They did that last night. They had them all out last night.
they love it. They're,
let's
turn this camera around.
In front of the rest of them, so they're all queuing up, going, me next, me next.
Yeah. Here we go. Right.
Yeah. Awesome.
So yeah, some of
Chaz, big screen, Chaz.
Let me close this window behind so I get a bit of light in here. Wrong way. Here we go. So yeah, they do. They do that.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay.
I love it.
Gloria.
Is that a Regalis there? Is that?
That one, no, that's my Colorado Velocis. She needs a rehouse because she has erupted in size, as you can see.
She is massive.
Yeah. And this one's got very leggy. This one needs to come out of here as well and go into one. I've got to sort some enclosures out this week. What else we got out on display right now? Have a look. Even the little ones sort of end up at the front.
Yeah.
A mess that one's made. What else we got? No, not many more out. Oh, here we go. One for Mark and Victoria.
Oh, amazing.
Oh, look how goodies.
Yeah, this one's actually so stunning and extremely fat.
I was going to very plump there, Matt.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, we'll get
Kind of
the.
a default position for calculating females.
Where's it going? You're going back in your tent. Are you going to? Don't disappear. I'm coming to say hello.
See you later, Mark.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye then. Yeah. That didn't exactly work, did it? We haven't got many
Pet
out,
rock
more
impression.
out actually. The sun beetles are all out. The sun beetles love being on the side when the sun's out.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Don't know if there's any. Oh, yeah, there's some on the roof. They love it up there. But yeah, these are cool. These are actually really cool. And then we've got. Have we got any of these out and about today? Let's have a look in here. You'll see a few of maybe the assassin bugs.
Matt, have you got a humid spot in there as well for them to lay, or do you keep it humid anyway?
This front bit here, under here, is quite damp, and this bit underneath the leaf litter's quite damp. And I don't let it dry out completely.
Yeah.
Like I leave it because I find that they don't. Well, I've only had them a little while, but I do find that they don't tend to do too well if I let it dry out. But yeah, keep them a little bit moist.
Yeah, because it used to be that keep them dry, and I'd watched Uncle Dave's video about actually you need to have that moisture there for them to for the eggs to hatch.
Steve Thornton's the man. Steve Thornton.
I've heard.
He's the one. Oh, there you go, stick insect on the front as well.
Oh, he's a beast.
You like those, don't you?
These things are a pain in the bum, but they're cool. They are cool. The only thing that's not out on display right now.
Oh, look at him. There he is. He's kind of on display.
It's like if you can see through the mesh, he's just there. It's like, he's.
No.
I think on every photo we've seen, that's where he is.
That's it, isn't it? It's just like he's all right. I mean,
He's a lovely green.
I don't know what happened there. I touched something. Yeah, he is a beautiful colour green. He's absolutely got stunning colour, but he's still not. I've got the heat. As you can see, I've got the heat mat on the back now. I've managed to figure a way of doing it. I cut the probe here into the lid, so the lid doesn't shut 100%, but I have cut the lid back. So now I've got the heat mat coming in here, which these teas were absolutely loving. But I've covered the back with like a bit of foil to direct all the heat back in. So now we've got the heat coming solely into here. And it's about 26 degrees where the probe is, which is actually right against like the heat mat.
Yeah.
But it's not dry in there, but it's not sopping wet either. It's just you know where you put your fingers on the soil and it sticks, but it can crumble off a little bit, which is about right from what I can understand.
Has he been getting in his water bowl, or have you been helping him?
No, he's not even gone in there yet.
So what I do with mine is periodically, like once a week, I'll chuck them into the water dish, like late at night, pop them in, and let them have a soak, and that's where they end up like having a crap and doing all of that kind of stuff, and it sort of revitalizes, like it gets them going a little bit because they absorb a lot of the moisture through their cloaca. So
because that's why you want to make sure you've got clean hands, don't you, when you're sort of handling them stuff? Because the fact that they just do. But he, like you say, he's a lovely green colour.
Oh, he is lovely. Oh, he looks he looks upset. That's what I love about Pac-Man frogs. They just look upset.
He's got that proper stare on, hasn't he? But yeah, I'm just really conscious about pissing him off. Like, I don't want to keep sort of moving him just to annoy him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So he's sort of sitting in there, and I haven't moved him because I don't want to keep I don't want to upset him and nudge him and then do anything and sort of cause him ill health just because of playing with him too much.
So something just to be aware of, though, Matt, is if they stay in the same spot and don't move for a long period of time, they will urinate and defecate in that spot.
Yeah, and then they absorb it back into their own thing, don't they?
Yeah, but they can get a thing that's called pink leg.
Yep.
Where it's basically like if we were to have urine-soaked clothes on, it goes raw. So lots of people, they'll move them like once a week and just mix up the soil where they were sat, and they'll go back to the same place, but they're not sat on their on that place.
And what would you move him with? Like,
so
just your hand?
The job that I do, I've got access to latex gloves, so I just use like latex gloves. But you can wash your hands with water, like dechlorinized water.
Yeah.
So if you mix up some water and put some Reptusafe in it and wash your hands in it and then pick it up with wet hands, it's a lot better. So I won't worry too much about it. But it's like if you've got like vape liquid or cooking oil, stuff like that on your hands, that's where it's an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I've just literally soaked my hands with Evian.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that then. Oh, Evian water. Yeah, no, that'll be fine.
Yeah. So,
and you just scoop it up gently and then just move it if that's what you want to do.
So, like, move the soil from above him first and just hello.
Yeah.
He's proper like puffing up at me.
Yeah. And it's really interesting when you put them in the water. You'll see that the water will develop a current, and that's where they're doing their business in the water. But sort of gets them going. Look, there he is.
He's now out of there. I've just touched him out of there, and he's just hopped over to here. He's like,
yeah. But if you just mix that bit of soil up so it hasn't got all of his waste in it, it just it makes it last a little bit longer. But yeah,
it needs a bit of a. It's not dry, but it's not.
Yeah, you don't want it to be swampy.
No. Very conscious of. I used to over moisten my my teas too much, you know.
Yeah.
Give it a sprinkle and then see how it goes. But I'm going to try and direct him without him biting my hand towards his water bowl.
He won't bite. You can just nudge him. I use the back end of my tweezers.
Yeah.
Just to give it a little bit of a.
I'll go that way.
Tiny, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll probably be stubborn and be like, "I'm not moving."
Oh, I'm putting the camera down at the moment. He's proper like just sitting there like, no.
Oh. I guess if you want the big thing off now then.
Yeah, go on, take it off me. I don't need it. I'm not doing anything interesting. I'm just moving a frog around an enclosure that he doesn't want to go back to where he should be.
Used to have one in my office, a big one. You know, 7-foot tank across one wall.
Oh, amazing.
We had that for ages. We ended up with a rat because we used to feed it rat pups. And after the frog died, we ended up keeping one of the pups, and we ended up having a rat in the office. It was a pet.
Oh.
Bit of a change. We kept the food. Kept to the frog chat.
Yeah.
There you go, Nat.
Yeah. He'll love that, Matt. He'll probably sit there for a couple of minutes, maybe a bit longer, and then he'll go and find his way out.
He's so funny. He's so funny.
Have you what are you feeding him at the moment?
Well, I've got crickets, locusts, and mealworms, and he's not really been interested in any of it.
When how old is he? Do you know?
No, he's only about an inch and a half.
About an inch and a half. When he gets to about 2.5, you can try him with the smallest pinkies.
Yeah.
So, but don't give it like only every now and again, otherwise they get a fatty thing. But they take that straight away. So mine gets 1 a month. That's how much I restrict it.
He just makes me laugh though. He looks so miserable the whole time.
Yeah.
I've got a mate with that face. Yeah.
So, guys, if you can, there is a link. Chaz has put it in the comments to donate to Autism Awareness Day. In it, Chaz.
Yeah.
Oh,
Endless boxes. That would drive me crazy.
So how long to your audition, Chaz?
I don't know. I'm still waiting on an email.
No date yet. Okay.
this is temporary, Simon. Don't worry. The OCD won't be too terrible. Right? It's like they.
It's still quite neat, Matt. Come on.
You're not got Osman watching you, okay?
These are all the same type of enclosure. These are all the same tub. Like these are all like Hobby Life, exactly the same tubs. It's just the fact that at the moment I've got all the different species that I normally have separately. Normally all them are on one shelf. All these are on one shelf. All them are on one shelf, and they're all the same tubs. But at the moment I've got a bit of movement going on up here, so hopefully going to change it all over to racking. But yeah, I'm very much like that. I like to have all the same enclosures as well. Like you look at the arboreal ones down here, the arboreal slings, they're all in those.
Oh, that might be.
That doesn't bother me. It's the because they're on top of each other. It's like you guaranteed the one you want is always the one at the bottom or the back.
Yeah,
that's the annoying thing. That's what winds me up. I like to have it. As you can see, I can just grab anything I want off the shelf, and it's just that one thing. There's nothing on top of it. There's nothing in front of it. I like it that way. It's dragging.
I have no idea
all this stuff.
why this spider's got his legs all weird. Ooh.
Oh, is he had a bad molt, or is it?
No, it's just the way he's holding on. This one's always moved a little bit weird. He's absolutely fine. I think he's due a molt.
Yes, Nat. Chaz, you said my name.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. Okay.
I'm putting
Mickey Mouse.
Oh, Mark, you've gone, but it was nice having you on.
Oh, right.
Mark and Victoria.
He had a guitar in his knee. I was waiting to see what he was going to do with that.
I was waiting. It was nice having that in the background.
Oh,
yeah. I could have grabbed on my mind.
Hello.
Oh, hey, you're back. Hello.
Victoria picked up the mouse and clicked the buttons.
Fair enough.
Well done, Victoria.
It does happen. There you go.
We might get to see what he's going to do with that guitar now.
Don't know. Demonetized, Chaz.
Doesn't YouTube have to be able to recognise the song for that to affect?
Yeah.
Matt.
Sorry, Mark.
That was
That's
easy.
all right. I'm just jealous.
Hey.
Very good.
That bit of Alice Cooper for you.
Way better.
My guitar sounds awful at the moment because I've got it tuned down to drop B.
Drop D.
All right.
Drop B. Drop B.
D.
Yeah.
I thought you were playing the Rolling Stones then for a minute. He said drop D.
It's so it sounds a little bit on the electric guitar. It just sounds awful when you drop that low. What are you doing, Mr. Froggy Frog? They half push out massive poos as well when they do them, don't they?
Nice.
Get away.
What is that, Mark? Is it an Ibanez?
It is, yes. It's a real nice wooden style one. And probably one of the nicest guitars I've ever had, actually. I've had a few. But this just feels really nice to play.
Never had one of them. I've got. I used to be obsessed with Gibson. I tried an Epiphone, which is the Gibson 10 guitar.
I've recently got one. Yeah,
I find them fantastic. I bought the Red Dot, which is the Chuck Berry one, the imitation Chuck Berry looking type thing, and they're pretty nice. Especially being semi-acoustic, it's even better.
Yeah, the problem is they go out of tune quite quickly, don't they?
I don't really have much problem with that, to be honest. Then again, I play the ukulele as well, and that goes out of tune every 3 seconds. So, they're a nuisance. If you ever try.
It's at the end of my bed.
Oh, sorry, Mark. You messaged me, but obviously you found the link. So.
I've only got a cheap one.
This is a fair minor in another room.
Let's see how out of tune that is. Oh dear.
Yeah.
That's not very good, is it?
There's a wonky G.
What?
A wonky G. Scott's not even here, mate.
Oh.
You see how low mine sounds at the moment?
So if we swap over, Victoria, I can sort that out. Let's put you
Leo, bring me the violin.
Yeah, you go that side.
Oh, it's joking, all right.
Wow, what happened there? Oh, you're hidden by the logo now. That's not very good.
We're all waiting for Matt to play something now.
No, I'm too embarrassed.
I can do
You're
an unboxing online. There you go.
Oh. What you got?
Hot glue gun.
Nice.
I had mine out yesterday for the.
Did you, Matt?
Did you, Matt? You didn't say that online.
Yeah, come on, mate. It's not 9
I
o'clock.
did. The hot glue gun that I've got is it was quite good. I had to get it out for my Flamingochilus rufus rehouse that I did yesterday. And I'll tell you what, I said to Mark last night, it's possibly the easiest rehouse I've ever done. And considering it's an Asian arboreal, it's like, yeah, very unexpected. Calmer than any brachy I've done, that's for sure.
What are you doing?
Come on, Nat's asking you to play, Matt. Look, if you can film housing tarantulas in your bathroom, I think you can do a tune, eh?
I can't even see the chat. Who's saying what?
Nat's.
Nat.
She said, come on,
Oh,
Matt.
Natalie. Oh, right, okay.
Do it.
All right.
It's just it's out of tune because it's so drop. It's horrible. It's awful. No, I've been put on the spot now, haven't I?
Yeah, you have, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right, we won't watch it. We'll just carry on talking, and then when you decide you want to play,
You
just
carry on, and I'll just
Yeah.
mooch around. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll watch my frog for a bit.
Let's see if the acoustic's working.
I'll tell you what. Talking about the frog, I did read because they were saying about the water bowls with the babies and stuff. And it's like you don't want to have it sort of risk
too
them. Yeah, because they tend to end up drowning themselves, don't they?
Yeah.
Even though they're a frog, they're pretty stupid.
Yeah, well, they're not aquatic,
No.
so you wouldn't really see them like swimming in a river or anything.
How long should I leave them in there? Do you reckon?
He'll get out when he's done. It's a bit like a hot tub. You kind of like he gets out when he's ready. Is it as long as its nose is above the water?
Just mute while I do that.
Oh yeah, his face and mouth are completely out.
Yeah, you'll be fine. They get out when they're ready.
He looks so pissed off.
When do you feed him? What sort of time of day as well? Do you...
Late evening.
Yeah, I was going to say like because Alex, mine didn't eat. He didn't eat, and then obviously someone said to me, "You need to be doing it." So then I started feeding him I was getting up at like 1 o'clock in the morning to feed him, and he was just chowing down on everything. Then
It's funny because they're ambush, aren't they? They use the lack of light to do it. But the thing is with him, it's like what I've found has worked the last 3 times I've fed him is with the plastic tongs. Give him take a mealworm, and if he's not interested, just agitate it over his mouth. I can't really say what it's just sort of like how I'd describe it, but it's like in the end he gets so peed off that he just bites because you're agitating his face. So I'm waving this worm on his mouth. But what I have done in the past is I've cut the head off the mealworm so that it's got the juices there. So the juices are getting sort of like on his lips, and then he'll bite, and then he'll bite the whole thing, and sort of like half of it's hanging out of his mouth. And then because he's then got half of it in his mouth, he tends to eat.
Yeah.
But he got annoyed the last time I did it because as I did that, he was sort of ate it, and then he sat there going. I don't know what he did, but yeah. I mean, he's not underweight. He's massively rotund, so I know he can go a few days. But you know how when I was worried at the start, because basically Frog Depot had put in the back of my head that it was because they're babies, they haven't got that much energy reserves, so you don't want to leave them too long because they will just drop. And it's like, no, that'll be all right. If he doesn't eat for a week, he won't eat for a week.
Yeah. No, most definitely. And you know when they don't want to eat as well because they will push it away with their front hands.
Yeah.
So I had great success with waxworms as well. So you could actually just drop a waxworm in front of it because they're ambush, and waxworms don't tend to burrow.
Yeah.
So and they will get it, and also it's like because they're white, they show up better in the dark light. So you could always try that, but they're very fatty.
The other thing is I was very conscious about the dusting, the calcium and things like that. So I don't want to just keep giving him food and force feeding him if I'm not putting any calcium on it as well. I've got some calcium with vitamin D, and then I've also got some of the Vita, what's it called? Reptivite. So I've got some of the Reptivite as well, just so I can dust that every now and then. Right, he's now sitting there fidgeting. What's he doing?
It's like having a toddler. Pac-Man frogs are like having little children. They really are.
Hey. No.
I haven't gone quiet, Diana. I was listening.
Yeah, acoustics too loud. Hear all the mistakes.
I never go quiet.
Oh,
I keep on finding
Jam. That's what we need. Get jam going. Go on, you two.
Yeah, let's have this stream go in a different direction.
Yeah,
I need to tune this. If you're doing that, I need to tune this back up. Give me
If
2 minutes.
Mitch and Barbarian is doing that, you know, it's going to be done. Let's see a band coming out here now. I don't get mine.
I'm gonna make a move because I've just realised it's 6 o'clock and I'm gonna have some dinner. So it was really nice hanging out with you all, especially you, Chaz.
Yeah.
Your spider should be okay in that size enclosure for a little bit.
I've got another one now. I've had another one out anyway.
All right.
That's
Take
right.
it easy, guys. Nice hanging out with you all.
So bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thanks for joining.
Oh, someone's waving. Where are you, Victoria?
Victoria.
A giant Asian.
Yeah,
Oh.
not ripened yet. Oh, as if by magic. Guitar up here. There he is.
That has not been touched for months and months, and it's so cute. This guitar is out of a skip, by the way.
It's all right, been rescued.
I was an old fella who just got one out of a catalogue years ago, and he was throwing it in a skip. And I said, "God, I love that." And it's one of my favourite guitars to play.
Nice. Yeah, acoustics always nice to have. I've got one of those mounts on the wall that you just hang it onto, so it's.
That's what I've got downstairs. I've got ukuleles, guitars, violins.
Oh, cool.
I've even got didgeridoo. So I've got all that crap downstairs. I don't. I ain't been out to play recently, unfortunately. Not bad. So it's quite a nice sound for a skip. There's no name on it.
It's not even inside.
It's
So it's not Spanish. It's actually it is an acoustic. Yeah.
It's not Spanish. You can make it sound Spanish, but that's Spanish. You know, like.
That's it. Yeah.
But the wife just thinks I'm having a go at her if I do that, so I can't do any Spanish.
Oh no.
So, yeah. No, not you. Just give me the evils now. Just go ahead and give me the evils. Think I'm having a go. Thanks, love.
You finger pick then.
Sorry?
You taught yourself proper finger picking. I've never got around to
played for many years.
Yeah. I have never done.
For about, I think it was 9 the first time I had a guitar. So it's quite a while. At least 10 years. 40,
That's a bass man.
46, 47 years.
3 years. I was probably about 15, I suppose. So that's going to be 37. Yeah.
It's going to be done, isn't it?
Never.
It's got to be done. I mean, once you pick one up, you either have it in 5 minutes or you've got it for life, I think. It's a bit like arthropods. It's constant tea. I need a pee in it. Perfect. We should do something like beat the Humble Bums. You know what I mean? Have you seen them? Mitch and that Experience. No, you've not seen them. Dad doing the humble bums to do something and beat them. Because none of them can really play anything. So that's awesome.
I think Steve's always after some Metallica for his videos.
Yeah, that one he got was pretty good. I don't do anything like that, unfortunately. I did consider writing my own intro music, but I just never got round to it.
Yeah, I was umming and ahhing about doing something. Like, I've done a few things before, and it's like, I don't know.
Oh, man.
Hi, Moon.
Do you play bass as well?
I have a bass, yeah, because one of my early influences was Geddy Lee. I mean, just hearing Rush Exit Stage Left was it's like, wow. It was that, and probably the AC/DC live album were my first introductions. There were albums that my elder brother got, and that was like completely different from everything that was in the charts at those days. And you know, I think, like, was it Nat was saying earlier, my dad used to listen to a lot of Zeppelin and bands around that time, Joe Walsh, stuff like that. So they were kind of early influences too. And then I think my first 2 albums were at Christmas, a bit of a range: Slade Smashes, Motorhead, No Sleep to Hammersmith. So, and then whilst at university, I got a speed metal compilation album from Roadrunner Records. So it was all guys like Greg Howe and Marty Friedman and Jason Becker, Cacophony, Joey Tafola, some really good stuff, and that sort of put me down that path for a while.
You bothered to learn everybody's name. I was into
Malmsteen.
Punk at the time, in the 70s. I was very, turned on with the punk scenes, though. I avoided things like Led Zeppelin and whatnot. I didn't really bother with it. I don't like Led Zeppelin, I can't admit that. Pink Floyd can't stand them. But, that's what you do.
Frog's just eaten.
The frog's just eaten.
He's just eaten, yeah.
What's he had?
Had a mealworm. He's like, yeah. He's now sitting there, very proud of himself. Let's turn that round.
Yeah, it's good because I've got a lot of my CDs I've backed up onto a NAS box, and then I've got a phone in Victoria's bathroom, and I just stream her stuff while we're giving her a bath. So I've got her on the loo, and so she'll have a mix of everything, so she can go from Betty Boo to Slipknot in an instance.
The difference there.
Yeah.
I got a lot of people doing that with me. They expect me to be playing like the Sex Pistols all the time, or Clash or something.
Yeah, it's got some Green Day on there. Green Day's pretty popular for people jamming along to, isn't it?
Yeah, very easy as well.
I think I only know American Idiot, is it? I don't know. Something like that. I don't really bother with them.
The only one I know with Green Day, I think. I think actually, I can't think of what song it is. Never remember their names, their songs.
That is American Idiot and something to do with September or something. Wow.
If you can play bar chords, then you can just play virtually every single Nirvana song.
I'm so excited for the trend. As I should be.
There was a. What did I learn the other day?
Yeah.
Matt's taking requests, everybody. So if you just want to put your song in the chat, I'll play it for us.
Like his amp in and have all those tarantulas flying off the enclosures as the amp goes up.
Hi, everyone that's just joined.
I can't think what it even was that I was learning the other day, but I know it was E minor, G, D, A, and then I think the bridge is C, G, D, E minor. I'm trying to think what it was.
Was it, perchance, Oasis?
Boulevard. It's Boulevard, isn't it?
Oh, they're the actual chords for Oasis, aren't they?
A lot of them are going to be similar chords. It's just the rhythm you play them at, isn't it? That's what you find with most music. I can't think what it was. I swear it was that.
Put your little finger on. The Oasis. Yeah, the same chords.
The frog's got the right up with me now because I've filled his hole in. So he's now sitting on top, just turning around in circles. Like, what am I supposed to do on this substrate?
Sure, he'll take another one.
He's gone exactly back to the same spot. He's just sitting on top of it.
A lot of things do that, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, nice, Diana.
Okay.
Oh, see you later, Spider King.
I just realised I can't see this on. Oh, that's why. I'm actually watching it off StreamYard.
Yeah, we're ahead of everyone else, aren't we?
Right. That's weird. Oh, now I'm starting back. What's going on? Mute that. Oh, that was super weird. That I just realised that. So I have to restart the computer to join me because camera was being stolen by Discord.
Yeah. Bash it onto the.
Get yourself a guitar, Chaz.
I have a accordion upstairs I want to learn.
It's really good for just chilling out. Like if you want to go away with the fairies somewhere, you can just sit in a room and just start messing about.
Actually, I have a
right. We should learn a bunch of chords to play anything together.
I'll tell you what, the thing that broke it for me was just literally learning the blues scales. Because as soon as you've learned the blues scales at any position, and you can just mix and match, like, do you ever sort of like bother about things like the musical theory, like the cage system and that type of stuff?
Not the systems. I do like examining some of the stuff.
Yeah, so like the cage stuff where you just got the actual C, A, G, E, D as you go up, and the actual chords are the same position, but they give it a different sound at the different parts. It absolutely opened loads of doors, like just when you're just sitting there messing around. Otherwise, just stuff sounds all over the place.
I mean, a load of the Iron Maiden stuff is sort of the same notes in different
keys.
Orders.
Yeah.
Well, no, just
There's a guy on YouTube, I don't know if you've ever seen him, Mark, called Burnt. He's got a channel called Burnt, B-E-R.
Yeah, B-E-R. Yeah.
And the guy absolutely shreds. Unbelievable. But then he
Trying to
talks
get-
about all the, this is a nice, easy thing for you to practice on a day. And then he'll just proceed to, like, fingers moving about 1 billion miles an hour.
Yeah. There's a few of them like that, and they'll sit down and learn a Joe Petrucci solo in a day or something like that.
Yeah. I quite like... I
Not
can't
happening anymore.
There's two guys I quite like. Can't think what their names are, but one of them tends to have like a little fedora on most of the time.
Oh, I know him. Oh, God.
And then there's another guy. He's got a little short beard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And then there's another guy who does a lot of like lessons and stuff, where he's just got short dark hair, but he's massively into his Pearl Jam and Nirvana and that sort of indie grunge stuff.
Oh dear, are you getting upset? Am I getting upset? Getting tired? Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, you watch Rick Beato as well. He's quite good. Art of Guitar. That's another one.
Yeah, he's quite cool. Where's Chaz gone?
That's it, yeah, Burnt. B-E-R-N-T-H.
Yeah, the guy's he's just crazy though. Absolutely crazy.
Steve Turnberry's a bit funny every now and
Hi, Thomas.
Hey, Thomas. Right, let me
Turn it into a jamming session, mate.
It has, isn't it?
Who else was there? Who else do we like?
Let me see what's
in the history. There's a guy who was interviewing Nuno Bettencourt the other day. A really good interview.
I remember seeing Extreme live at where did I go and see them? Brixton Academy, I think. Played with King on the Hill, which was a interesting band.
Yeah. Gee. That's what you get for starting in a different place.
History. Not there. Where's that not in there? Where's that not in there?
Yeah, Marty Music is the guy who does a lot of good
That's it, yeah. That's it.
And then the guy who normally comes up a lot with his videos. So for some reason, YouTube for me hasn't sort of changed orientation.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff not in my history that should be there. That's weird.
Look. Oh, yeah.
The other guy's called Ryan Lent.
No, not heard of that one.
He's quite good to watch because he breaks stuff down really, really well. Ryan Lent, L-E-N-D-T. I watch quite a bit of his stuff. But he's normally pretty good. Ryan Lent.
Maybe I want to play that now. I have to learn it now.
It's really weird. I know it's a cliche song to learn, but the first thing I ever learned to play was Stairway.
Everybody starts on, don't they?
It's just like, just pick a nice easy tune. I will do that. Yeah, okay, it's not quite so easy as I thought.
No.
Especially once you start getting into double plucking and stuff. But everyone learns those bits, and then no one learns the bridge.
Well, long time. I haven't played that for a while.
Can't play that, Tom.
That.
You're all right there, Chaz.
Different.
Just chilling.
Oh, yeah.
I don't say that I played for Bowie was one of the ones that I used to like playing a lot of. More than your Led Zepps. Because with not listening to Led Zepp, you get to you learn a bit of a riff. And then I go, I don't know how it goes after that.
No, it's a bit like the introduction to Black Dog. You sort of do the first bit and then you go on to the next bit and you go, oh, no, can't do that. Just stop there, I'll stop there.
It was like Jimi Hendrix, you know, just know like, oh, I know that bit. But I've heard it a million times in the animal movies. But the rest of it, I have no clue how it goes.
Not going to sound great on acoustic, I don't think.
Oh, don't do that now. I'm playing.
That's how you
Frog's already buried itself.
That is such a
How's your LP settling in?
It's doing all right. I'm assuming you don't hear it. Yeah, it's a wife's LP. It's not mine.
Yeah.
I'm just behind the camera. So
Like I said to you on your comments, though, the thing is, it's like, yeah, I mean, when I saw it, I thought, cool, the enclosure, at least it'll grow into it. But the good thing is with the LPs, they grow quick, like super quick. So it won't be long before it needs a rehouse anyway. But it's as long as it can find food and it's got access to water, it won't be a problem. I mean, like, you could put it in a 30 by 30. As long as you can get it water and food. That's the key, isn't it? It's being able to find it. The trouble is when you have a lot of them that do tend to burrow a fair bit, and they burrow somewhere, and you can't see their burrow entrance because they're so bloody small, and you don't know where to put the food near because they're so small. That's when you get a problem. But with the LPs, any LP I've ever had tends to stay out. I've never had one bury. I've had a couple. I've got 3 at the moment. None of them bury.
well, she's going to have a look now. She's just got to see me running out of the room, you see. That's what she's doing. She's getting it down now and have a look. But it ate the cricket. That cricket I gave it, it ate that.
My grown, I've sort of got a half-grown LP. I think they get pretty big, don't they? It's out quite a lot, but it does like to go down in its burrow if it's feeling stressed.
Did you see the live last night when I had the two males and my female Avic on screen? Like the size differences though, like between the 2 mature males, one was double the size of the other, and then the female double the size of the big male. It's like, it's crazy when you see that. I mean, I've seen male LPs that are like, you know, smaller than this, and then male LPs the size of your hand. Then you see the females, and it's like absolute monsters. But it's really weird. It's like, I suppose it all depends on their genetics.
Well, I've received last week. I got this mature male, an insay, and it's it's like a sling. It's really but it has got the hooks. It's got I'll
Oh,
tell
right,
you,
okay.
if I can find it. It's webbed up really nicely.
Have you got a female then for pairing? I presume yes. Oh, that's
Yeah,
out
female. Let's go and get-
I do fancy breeding these jumping spiders.
Oh, jumping spiders are awesome, and they're never in short demand. You'd
Yeah,
never
but
struggle to shift them, mate.
the female I never really see, but that's how webbed up she is. And she
Nice.
lives round the back here, so she's made a sort of elaborate tunnel system. So she's rarely out.
Right, you know, with the
My
And that's the male. He's in a
nice. Is that from Portsmouth or?
No, it was just a pre-love seller.
Oh, my Ince has it's actually currently out at the moment, but it's in one of my those little boxes I have. You know, the ones with the secure lids that I showed earlier. And it's absolutely the whole thing's just a web mess. Yeah, I'll go get him.
Yeah, that's that's a mature male. That's how he is.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It is. But if you watch something like Dave's video, you see of them pairing. You see the size comparison.
Have you seen that? There's a picture Luke put up a little while back in the WhatsApp chat of a mature male and female, because everyone was moaning. There was a video went out, and people were like, "That's out of order. That's a death sentence. Whatever you're doing, that's not ready." And basically, it was a mature male of this certain baboon and this female. And put it one way, the guy, the mature male, could have easily made a door into her abdomen and lived in that quite happily. He was so tiny, but it was just they're the same species. So Luke put out this picture on the WhatsApp group showing the difference in size between one of the most extreme examples, and honestly, it was just unbelievable. Let's change the camera over and have a look at this thing. So mine's in here.
I'm going to go for a pig or two. I'll probably just said that in the camera.
Yeah, but that's the mess that's made.
That's before I go for a pig. Right? I can't hear that.
It is. I just look.
It's literally down here somewhere at the moment. That's its burrow entrance, just there. But they move so fast. They're extremely fast. What else we got? That one's disappeared. Stratopies. This one's going to molt very, very soon. Have a look at the bum on this one, Mark. This one's such a raisin.
Oh, wow.
Oh, blimey, yes.
That's shiny, that is, though. That's the main thing, isn't it? It's the shiny dark.
It's all over as well. So, yeah, I've kind of got my little Calcody slings. I've kind of got the sort of half moon glow on them.
It's really annoying, though. It's like the way it's sitting with its legs all folded up like it's like, what are you doing? And it's not a problem. It's just it sits with its front legs folded to one side from it, oddly. But yeah, that thing's going to molt very, very soon. I've been waiting a few weeks. It's not been fed for a little while. Hopefully it'll molt soon. Nope, I've got the Reduncus out. This one moves odd.
What?
So what's doing? Nice.
That looks like I paid myself.
Worst thing about these being on the phone is changing your camera around and not being able to see comments. Because the comments tend to, I don't need to be on big screen, Chaz.
I didn't actually know the comments were there until a bit.
No, I know.
Yeah, they were on private chat, and then private chat's default. It's weird.
So I thought, oh, how do people know when you're there? You know, how do people like Scott say hi and stuff? I thought you can't see anybody. It was a bit weird. Now I've got it sussed, I think.
This is the strangest redunculus I do have. It's like it just moves so odd. It's like it doesn't move like I've had DKS spiders before where they just move and they're just like it's almost like a seizure attack. But that one just it's so it doesn't want to move. It puts its feet like that and then it will put its foot down. It's like treading on hot coals almost. Weird.
That time of year. It's sad, isn't it? It's that time of year where I have to take 80
Skulls in here. I've got this one made of bolts, and then I have the one with the beanie on.
So what's that again? Right?
What was that?
Yeah, if you like
nuts and
the
bolts.
wife actually collects gold.
Oh, right, okay. No, I've got
Hopefully
this
not
one as well.
mine, but you know.
Thanks.
Oh, these are so heavy. They're solid. They're not like hollow like most of the ones you get in. These couldn't go in an enclosure because you'd never be able to lift the bloody thing. And I've got this one with the beanie.
There's like.
So they are extremely heavy.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I thought everyone's similar to that. I get something with skulls on every Christmas or birthday or whatever, I don't know. It's a nice, easy colour.
I've got a, is it a Brad that I've got a accordion with my name engraved in it?
No. That's cool. I don't know. Weird.
Because of this, it looks like I'm the only one who cares.
What?
Look at it. Looks like I'm the only one who cares. I'm the only one who's got this. You lot don't care.
Well, everyone, remember, you don't have to, but there is a link in the description to a charity for autism. Yeah.
With the free Coke, is that? Got to that age.
Does Victoria quite often sit and like enjoy being serenaded?
She does. She likes sort of muck about it if I sing along in the car as well, and just the awfulness of that cracks her up. So like that. There's one she really likes that. I don't know whether we'll get a reaction out of her. Let's see if we get a reaction out of you.
So you've ukulele?
Mm.
They are, you know, the chords on the guitar. Learning to play ukulele takes about 5 minutes. It really does. Just look at the chord sheet once. And you get
I found that if you play guitar, it just because you're thinking guitar chords, not ukulele.
I tell you what is confusing. The D shape, the open D shape on a ukulele is G. And that is the only one I get confused about. I'll see D on the sheet music and I'll automatically do a D and it's G. That's the only one that scuppers me, as it were.
When I went to pick up Forest for Jackie from Kale's uncle, he had, I think he must build them himself, but he's Turkish, I believe, and he has an awful lot of like the very old traditional, almost like Ute type things. Are they're called? They've got the big. They look like a big apricot shaped body with a really long thin neck with 4 strings. Like the lutes type things, yeah.
Probably called a lute then.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe it might be. But yeah, he must have built them because he had about 5 or 6 of them just in the middle of his lounge. Like, yeah, they look quite cool.
I'd like one of those. I really would. I want a balalaika as well. I want a balalaika for the world.
Yeah. Frog's now completely buried.
Gone.
That's it for the next week. I'll dig him out and put him back in the water again next week. Funny little things. It's good though because you pick up pointers from different people, but no one had explained. Nat had mentioned it to me before about the urine and the sitting still for too long. I sort of knew it was a thing, but you don't really sort of think about it too much because no one talks about it on any of the videos. I was a bit disappointed when I got it because it's like they're supposed to be dustbins, and this one's like not interested. But someone did say once you get them eating, that'll be it. They'll just eat and eat and eat. It's just getting them to eat initially.
I think lizards and frogs and snakes and stuff are too finicky. It is. Not big fans, to be honest.
We got the beardy. The beardy's pretty easy. The beardy doesn't really care much as long as he's got his hot spot. He's fine. You go anywhere near him with a roach or a cricket or anything. Like he has his salad in his enclosure the whole time. We water that down and calcium it. But you go near him with a box of mealworms and shake it, and he knows exactly what they are, and he will run straight over towards the door. A dubia, you could throw a dubia across to the other side. I mean, when I give him a bath, we've got the tiled floor in the bathroom, so I clean all the floor before I do this, and put his bath on the floor, give him his bath, and then when I get him out of his bath, I let him dry off a little bit, and then I throw a dubia across the floor, so it skids the whole way across the tiled floor, and he then sort of sits there like scampering because he can't get a grip either, and he sort of goes sliding after the dubia, and then gets to it, catches it, and then slides off past it like he can't stop. Looks like that scene out of what is it? The Tom Cruise film where he slides past the door. Risky Business.
Risky Business.
Yeah, he looks like that as he goes past with a dubia in his mouth. It's quite funny.
Yeah.
Well,
Cody's just got a big butt. Let's see if
what we got there?
Little Cody sling, but with a huge butt.
Oh yeah.
Spider.
Oh, it's pretty.
The new design by the looks of it on the website, Mark, last night for the Neo Reps looks really good.
Not
Yeah.
What?
She's not scared.
We're done with that one, Victoria. It's in that box.
Because even their tiny sling boxes, which are very, very similar to the Reptizoos, look better. And they're only £1 more than what thing. Yeah, it looks nice. Is that the 12? Is that the 12.5?
That's a 12.5, yeah. So let's bring out.
That reminds me of the one I made here.
Yeah.
These boxes, they remind me of the ones I made. Not that one as much, but the other square one. There you go. It looks very much.
So this guy's in one of the. So this was the Neo Rep 12.5, but the current design. So that's a Phimictimus purple.
So they've got a bit of play in the
Here
lid,
is-
haven't
Yeah, so the lid is thicker. Got a single bit of perspex on the front there.
Yep.
And fits into these big splots, keeping an eye on the spider.
Yep.
Good.
So the new ones,
Nice.
Made it for a fiver.
so the new
Picture
ones are
frames.
like this. So there's very thin
cool.
top. Yep.
Right.
Yep. So very
Is that
thin.
the new design?
Yeah.
So they've taken away the big slots.
Yeah.
So now they're building them more like what I would say the smaller sling vials are, like the Reptizoos, like these ones, where it's basically just got almost like a cutaway piece in the side of the acrylic.
Almost, yeah.
Oh, I prefer the old style then.
Yeah, I said he did look for me, but they didn't have any old ones in stock.
Would you say the old ones were better then?
In theory, this one's just as good. I mean, visibility-wise, you're not plugged up by that other stuff.
The only bad thing about
the other one was quite good because it made them more stackable.
Yeah, the only bad thing. I mean, I have these little tiny ones, and I stack 4 on top of each other at a time. The only thing I don't like about these is this acrylic at the side. I think it's like probably 3 mil, maybe 2 mil, 3 mil thick. And what happens is if you get any bowing in it at all, these sides invariably bow outwards in the middle, so that the lid falls off the rail, or the lid couldn't fall off the rails. But the other thing is, I don't know if you can. I'll get an empty one so I can tip it.
Yeah, I'd say that's 2 mil actually.
The lid. What happens is where you've got on the smallest ones, you've got one place where you've got a magnet. So when you open, so it automatically, shuts and locks in place. But the trouble is, what tends to happen is this bit here where the magnet is only a tiny, tiny little bit, and it's sort of acrylic welded on.
Yeah,
but the magnet's quite strong, and sooner or later that comes off with the lid. So you end up with an elastic band around it that way, because if you super glue it on, it sticks out a bit further, so you get a gap in this bit of the lid anyway, because you can never seem to get that to sit far enough back on the wall bit.
And it's strange because I think I haven't opened the 15 yet, but the 15 is still the old style. It's only
that's
only
the thing.
The 10 and the 12.5 that they've shrunk.
It's weird because the 15s look very similar to what Swell pets have with their 15 by 15 by 20s and their 20 by 20 by 30s. They look very similar with the top design, and I like that top design because it looks a bit more rugged. I mean, you can stack these up because the Reptizoo ones have like little feet. I don't know if that can be picked up on camera. You've got these little feet underneath.
Yeah.
So when you stack them, they do sit and they sort of stay in place. So they're quite good for that. But yeah, they're not amazing. I won't buy them off of the site when Reptizoo have them. I'll buy them at the shows because they're only a £5.
Yeah.
But then you see Simon's enclosure size for a £5 and you start to think, meh. I've got a place near me that you can buy. I mean, obviously, I do it for all the lids that I make, the custom lids. But you can buy. I was going to buy a load of sheet stuff cut to size because I think there's like a 1 mil tolerance or something on them, so they'd be all right. And I was going to buy some of that acrylic weld stuff off Amazon, but I got put off by the fact that the massive label on the side just says, "In high risk, can cause cancer." And I'm like, nah. I probably don't really want to be buying that stuff then and using that. I'd rather someone else make them for me.
So a lot of things like that, though. If you plasma cut them, that's what the problem is. I mean, I like glass. I mean, there's another sort of one I made. This is a mess actually at the moment. There's another one I made. It's got a door, or it can take the lid off. But I mean, that was £4. So, for that sort of price, if you need as many as I need,
yeah. Oh yeah, you have to.
I don't want to be going out and spending £30 a pop for each one.
No.
These jars that I use, they're like either free or very, very little, a couple of quid.
Yeah, that's
a
why.
jar.
That's why I started using those boxes I get. They're called from a company called Hobby Life, and I think with the lockable lid, they are like for the 1.2 litre, they are I think £1.20 or something like that, and then for the 3 litres, I think they're like £2, and it's like they stack. The plastic's not terrible. They're pretty clear. They're not like a lot of bra plast is really opaque. They're not as opaque. They're not crystal clear, but they're not as opaque.
Not ignoring chat. This chat's quite slow, Diana.
No, there's not much in there, is there, chat?
No, can't see it.
Then Diane said they think they're ignoring chat. It's like
There isn't
no
any.
one said anything.
Questioners.
But
Victoria's
yeah.
very fascinated by the kitchen. I think Tommy's telling her something. Is it nearly dinner time? Got some dinner.
But I think the I was going to make some because what I'd quite like to do is I'd like to make my own. Like, I don't necessarily need 30 by 30s, but for most of the juvies, they'd be like live quite a long life before they needed to move up in like some cheap 25 by 25s, or even make them so you could make stackable 30 by 30 by 20s. You know,
6
those.
centimeters.
What? Yeah.
All right, that's where you lost me. I have no idea how big that is. You know that.
12 by 12 by about 9 inches. So 12 by 12 by 9 or would be an ideal size. And I was going to make myself like, because then at least they're all uniform as well. So I was going to make a load of them that size. And I could get the acrylic quite cheap, but it was just I'd want to build them properly and I'd want to make sure. That's why glass is easier to work. Glass is seems hard to source, but easier to work with because with the silicon, it holds it properly. So once you silicon glass, it stays, doesn't it?
I do not use silicon anymore. I used
Oh.
clear Gorilla Glue.
Oh, right, okay. What about on the glass?
Yeah, that's what I use it on.
Oh, right, okay.
It seems to stick it better.
Oh,
I've even
right,
got it in a paludarium for the divider. It's waterproof as well.
All right, because obviously the HA6 marine silicon literally holds things like nothing on it. I mean, all my lids on my Exos have been put together with that. I know that's actually acrylic, but the glass stuff it doesn't like if I get it on the glass, it doesn't come off very easy at all.
Hi, Leah. Hi, Osman.
No,
But yeah, I'd quite like to make some glass enclosures, but if I was making some glass enclosures, I'd want to make sure I did the the openings quite nice.
Yeah, I feel for Osman because he had all those enclosures made, didn't he? And the guy sadly passed. So
yeah,
the opening the doors can be quite a pain. It depends on the hinges.
Yeah,
them acrylic hinges seem to be pretty good for gluing on.
but you've just got to make sure you get them square because if you get one slightly off angle, you get that horrible.
You get the weird bendy door thing going on.
Yeah, nice bit of olive oil.
Like I make like these. I make these out of acrylic, and I make a wooden frame, and I use car spray because then they're completely waterproof.
Oh, right.
I spray everything with car spray, and then that's it. The jobs are good, and really, I just screw the acrylic to it. I just drill holes in it and screw it to it. So, and then a couple of magnets, and I've got a door.
Oh, wow. And what's in those?
So that's in those at the moment. I've got. It used to be stick insects. There used to be a lot of stick insects, but at the moment I've just got a mantis in there.
Oh, okay.
A male mantis, but I don't know what to put in there. I might make an arboreal setup for assassin bugs in there because I have so many babies. The one I've just shown you, the glass one, that must have 50 babies in it, 50 nymphs.
Which ones have you got?
They're the 2 spots.
Oh, right, okay.
Hi, Leah.
The
those Heridias I got, I won them from Mitch's live thing at Christmas.
I want them. I really want them. I can't find them.
There's a lady, Helen Elizabeth. She's
join.
the lady who got them. And she was saying to me that hers breed like crazy. And I know Steve Thornton, his one, he gets quite a lot of breeding going on with his. So it might be worth asking those, because the ones Helen sent me, she sent me, I won 10 and I was expecting 10 babies. And I got 10 at just over an inch long each.
Right, so you've
Almost fully grown, yeah. I mean, one molted within a few days and it's got its wings. So never know. Maybe I'll be able to ship you some babies at some point.
You probably will. If you've got 10, you will be praying for me to take them off you. They're just like, I get them hatching all the time, every day.
Yeah.
They're hatching.
Yeah, hopefully.
Once they start laying, that's it. It's just game over. It's just constant. Hi, Leo.
See, that's the lucky thing for me, see, because obviously where I am, that's why I didn't mind, because I wasn't going to take them, but I took those Sungaya stick insects. But I know only on the proviso that I know that obviously I've got Bug Hut right near me, so I know that Natalie will take those off me. So I know that if I got overrun with assassin bugs, she would take them off me. She takes my hisses off me when I get overrun with them. So don't mind that. And that's the only reason why I paired the Avix as well, because I know that there's going to be people who take them off me. So
that's the bad thing. I mean, I'll have a website up soon, so I'm not really concerned about that.
Making sure that I sort of knew there was somewhere for them to go before I decided to do it, I think is a better idea than just doing it and then worrying about it afterwards.
Yeah. I'm going to do a 500 sub giveaway soon, and it's going to be the mantis that have just hatched, because I've got that many of them. I've got them all over the place. And every shelf I've got little pots of mantis everywhere, so I'm going to be doing a giveaway for them, I think.
A box of mantis.
Hi, Leah. Hi, Leah. Sorry I didn't make it up to the Midlands show today, but I got out of bed at 11:30. So by the time I got there, it had been like 2 o'clock. So I went to Bug Hut instead, just so I could get my spider fix. But yeah, I've got my giveaway. I am going to be doing that on my live. I'm going to talk about it on my video more on Wednesday. I want to just 100% confirm the gifts that are being given. I want some photographs of the people that are giving them, so that I can then make sure that I'm sort of like saying these are the prizes that are going away. Because rather than say, oh, this is coming from this person, this coming, and then all of a sudden half of it doesn't come, you know. Yeah. I don't want to make it so that I'm doing, like I said last night on Saturday's live, I don't want to make it, because Nat said, oh, he'll donate something. And I'm like, trouble is, if I get so many prizes, when you then come to 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever, all of a sudden you get to 1,000, like 5,000 subscribers, and you're having to give away a Porsche Carrera or something, you know. So I thought, well, keep it nice and small. We've got there's a couple of enclosures. One of them is a custom aquarium enclosure, so it's a glass enclosure. One of them is a mantis den 15 centimeter cube, which isn't built, so that can be easily shipped. The glass enclosure will unfortunately have to be collected by the winner at one of the shows, unless you live near London. We have a spider sling, which I won't say who it's from, because I want to keep that a little bit of a secret, but the sling that's going to be on offer is an absolute awesome species. I'm actually like over the moon that the person's offered it to me. And then I've also got something from Time Voyager Taxidermy, Natalie. She's offered me a framed piece as well. So, and the good thing about that is that she's offered that, and I've ended up, but whilst we were talking about that, I've ended up buying a framed orb weaver, and I've sent off my sun beetle and my mantis, because I wanted to. She had an idea, and we were chatting about this idea she's got, and I was just like, yeah, do whatever, like take it. And so I've sent those off to her. So she's offered me this one thing, and I've ended up getting a load of stuff. But hopefully it'll be good.
We seem to keep similar stuff apart from the spiders. I have some beetles. I've got some beetles out there as well. I
love my sun beetles. I love my sun beetles. They're all sitting on the baby corn at the moment, eating that. I've got I think 27 that out of 30 grubs, I've got 27 that actually hatch, which is a pretty good success rate, really. I'm in an R about their setup because the way I've done it, the substrate's probably it's a 12-inch deep enclosure, and I've probably got 6 or 7 inches of substrate at the back, and then I've got a big piece of cork bark that runs across the middle like a ridge, like a step, and then the substrate. And the one's low at the front. But the trouble is with it is trying to get the renewing anything like the dead wood or the leaf mulch and all that into the soil if the grubs and eggs are in there is an absolute nightmare. It looks really nice, but it's a pain to deal with for maintenance.
Do you not take them out, the grubs?
They won't. No, I'm not going to in this one, but just because all the beetles are living up the top and they've always got food out, so none of them seem to bury much. And I haven't had any evidence that I've got any laying yet. So I'm going to see how it goes. I'm hoping to leave it as like a continual cycle in there because there's enough substrate in there that I don't think I'll have to worry about taking the grubs out, to be honest.
You've not got isopods in, have you?
No.
Oh, it's okay.
No, there's no isopods in there. I've got 4 colonies of isopods. I've got they're all in behind me in here. This is a 60 by 45, so 24 by 18 by 12 for Simon. See, look, quick conversions here. And I've got 4 lots of isopods in there because my Sturmey was going to go into that. But my Sturmey's now got an 18 by 18 by 12 enclosure to go into. So this one's now was going to have all my millipedes and my sun beetles in it together, but I'm not sure what I'm doing yet.
Yeah, it's just like me. I've got normal behind here. I've got this empty shelf. It's got isopods. I've got 21 species that are going there.
Yeah.
But they're all on the floor here because when I joined the stream, I was in mid-feed.
All right.
So what you're working on, Chaz?
Pull everything back and make sure.
What you're working on?
Feeding mantis because I realised I had Morio left. Well, some Morios left.
We've got I've got 3 what I would say standard isopods. I've got the armadillo, whichever they are, the zebras. And then I've got 2 lots of the Passelia lavis, which I've got the dairy cow and I've got the orange. And then I've also got the gastroi.
Oh, the gastroi, I like them. Yeah.
Yeah, the armadillium gastroi. Yeah, I've got them off of Microexotics at Taunton.
They look very much like the granulatum, only it's as though someone's given more colour.
Yeah,
it's actually the same thing, but it's not brightly yellow.
Yeah, they're quite nice, and it was really good. The Microexotics are amazing because when I got them, he said, "Oh, there should be 12 minimum in there." So I'm like, "Okay, 12." Like, so I started counting them out, and I just decided to give up when I got to about 25.
Ah, that's too lucky. Like, they're quite dear, then, you know.
Yeah.
They're quite good.
Yeah. They're a lovely look. I said to him, I don't want anything that's too finicky. I want to make sure they're still like a hardy species because, you know, I don't know really what I'm doing with them. And it's just learning as you go with them. So you don't want to sort of have these things that really require your husbandry to be down and you end up killing them because even though they're only isopods, I still wouldn't want to kill anything that I have in my care, like through negligence. Do you know what I mean?
No, I mean, the Cubaris species are the ones that are pain in the neck, but the rest of them are pretty easy.
Yeah.
It's generally similar or the same care for most of them.
Yeah, just one end slightly moister than the other end nice and dry, and then a bit of wood over that both parts so they can decide where they want to go.
Job done.
Loads of leaf litter. Yeah, that's pretty much what they got. And I do use Leah gave me some of her chow, and I put a little bit of that in there, and then I've got some fish flakes, and then I've also got something off of a company online where it's like dried up butternut squash in like a powder.
Yeah,
that's quite cool.
Not sure yet, Diana.
I like the beetle jelly I make for some beetles. I make one for the isopods as well.
Nice.
Using the agar, which sets the thing in a block, and you can just chuck the block in and walk away then.
Oh, I think we're gonna dive off just because probably time to get Victoria some tea. Getting hungry.
Okay, matey, no worries.
But lovely chatting to everybody and jamming.
Bye,
along.
Victoria.
Bye,
Bye.
Victoria.
Thanks for joining.
Probably some pasta and pesto and bacon and stuff, just to. And then
mate, I'll drive over. I'll drive
I
over.
know, yeah. Osmond wanted the Kievs yesterday, didn't he?
See you later, mate.
All right, you take care, everybody.
See you later, buddy. See you later, Victoria.
See you later.
Yeah, I forgot Natalie was actually in chat listening. Don't know if she's still there. She's saying, "Oh, you'll be pleased with the stuff that I've got coming." So that'd be cool. Yeah.
Oh, is that? Right, okay. I get confused because I've not been in the spider. I'm not really in the spider chats, am I? It's like I don't really get that involved because when you all get to go on Scott's chat or something, and you all get too deep in spiders, it's gone right over my head, and I just sort of like wander off and start feeling. I just like, oh, whatever. And, if a name comes up, I'll listen. You pick up, but if it doesn't, it's just done in the background. Whatever, talking about bloody spiders.
Yeah, I know we were chatting the other day about the like my goat, because was it you who asked me about my ghost, about the mature male eating, and I was saying, oh, I've just standing there feeding him. Yeah, because it's weird. It's like it's the same thing happened with my mature male Majuscula. Like it got to that point where it wouldn't want to hold anything, or it didn't seem to be able to hold anything with its mandibles, or it was just like flicking it off, like that. And I know that tends to mean it doesn't want to eat, but when you see their abdomen like as thin as a piece of A4 paper, you're like, come on, dude, you've got to eat. So I was ending up chopping off the heads off of worms and putting it straight in their face, and because it's right in their face, they then tend to just eat. But they don't want to use their mandibles to hold it.
When they get to that point, I tend to give them a bit of honey, or I'll put honey on the thing they're going to eat.
Oh, okay.
So like if you've got a mealworm or something, and you just want to get something down them, I'll dip the end of them in honey, dip the face in honey, and shove it right in the face. And as soon as they start tasting the honey, they'll just carry on and eat the mealworm.
Oh, really?
Or the cricket, or beetle, or whatever it is you want to give them.
Yeah.
When you put honey on it, they'll eat it.
It was actually because I lost my first ghost as a nymph. It had a bad molt, and one of its legs wasn't working, and neither of its mandibles were working. It was really horrible. It's like the thing was doing so well, and then just that was it. And he passed away. And Mark, I was chatting to Mark, and Mark sort of realised that it passed away. So when we went to Brighton, he's replaced. So that was November. He replaced the mantis with a little nymph from Mantis Den. And it's matured out, and it's happy enough, but it's starting to get to that stage where it's starting to struggle to get up the acrylic, and it does the moonwalk, and then it's constantly trying to flap its wings for no reason whatsoever, like a bit of frustration. It's and then stops, but trying to get it to eat and take any food is just getting difficult now. So I don't think it'll be too much longer that he's around.
The males are terrible for that. The males, like I've got a male up there now on that plant. He's not eaten for 2 months, I think.
Yeah,
like 2 months, and he's thin. But
yeah, they're weird as well. The ghosts, aren't they? They're weird as well. The ghosts when they molt and mature out, they're weird because they go from having this lovely, like curved abdomen that you can easily see when it's plump to having this long straight body with wings over it, and it's like, I can't see what shape your abdomen is now because it's bloody hidden.
It is easy to overfeed them, yeah. A lot of them, it's easy to overfeed. This one of Jack is seriously overweight. I mean, it's like close to death.
Right.
Because it's when I first picked it up, my hands was actually getting wet from their abdomen, from the inside of the abdomen where the segments are. It was actually leaking into. Wow. Because it was so fat. Someone had told her she wasn't feeding it enough, so she was feeding it 3 locusts a day. And it just got so big. Wow. That, like, it's on a serious diet. I've spoken to Mitch and that, and he agrees with me as well, because I wasn't sure whether it was ooth bound.
Right, okay.
Because when they get ooth bound, they just go really big, and then they'll just die. Like randomly. They could be a month old or something, after maturing. Just
oh, was it one of Mitch's? Oh, right, okay. So like Mark's still listening. So it's one of Mitch's ghosts. Okay, that's cool. Even better.
Not ghosts. What have we got there now?
So I'm just trying to read up on the chat, so make sure we're not ignoring everyone.
Oh yeah. Diana, mate.
That's all right. We're up to date. We're up to date. I know Chaz is keeping no eye on the chat at all, so someone's got him.
Yeah, well, it's not, is it really?
I'm sure he's there somewhere, Chaz is.
I'm here.
See?
Yeah.
But yeah, they are they're funny little things. When you went to Jackie's, did you have a look at Forest?
I did, yeah. Unfortunately, I had a look at that thing in it.
Did she though? But did she show you the instructions I had given, the paper written instructions on how to work it?
Oh no, she showed me this video, which was like 8 years long.
Yeah.
I had someone outside in the car waiting for me.
Oh right, okay.
And I'm like, I thought this is seriously antiquated. I could have made you a timer. Do this.
It's quite basic. I mean, it was working fine when it was here, and when we left, we had set it up. I think maybe one of the buttons has got knocked, so it's thrown it one loop out of where it was set, and it's now gone back into try and set me mode. But it's fine as long as the Viv was getting up to temperature. She can manually turn it on and off. It's not a problem, you know. It's just it would be nice to have the timers set for her, so she didn't have to worry. But
I went through it, and just to make sure that the temperatures were up there.
Yeah.
And they were fine. So I checked that before I left, but I thought I ain't got time to mess about. Especially if I haven't got any instructions. It's just a bunch of buttons.
I've got the instructions on a document from online, and I gave her a link, but I said also this video, but the video does go into so much detail that it isn't exactly the shortest video in the world, unfortunately. But it's not bad. It's actually not a bad thermostat because it's got the 2 cycles for 2 different lights, so you can have like day and night for each one set at different times and stuff. It's just it can overcomplicate things, obviously.
But we're not keeping reptiles, right? It's
yeah.
I would mess with anyway normally. So it was like, what's the point of the timer? For me, there's no point in a timer. So
no. I've got my Orville Rads on just one of those old little ones where you click the things in. You know.
Yeah. On and off.
Yeah.
They work really well, I found.
Yeah, they do. And the thing is, they don't. I mean, I know as they get older, they tend to get stuck, but there's nothing can really go wrong with them. They either work or they don't work, and they're so cheap. It doesn't matter if they do stop working. But at least then you can set the timing you want. Like, so I know that the radiator goes on here overnight, and during the day it's off. So, but at the moment, I've got the window open and the door open because it's so blooming hot in here. It's now back down at 24.5 in here. It was absolutely roasting. It was up near 28.
As well, yeah. It's easier to keep the room at a decent temperature than it is to mess about with all the different heating for everything. Is just keep the room at temperature.
The only thing we're doing is we're having our roof because our roof is broken. It's leaking in Connor's room, so we're having the whole roof replaced. We've got the scaffolding up front and back now, so hopefully they'll start this week. But all the heat shielders, we've got like little bit of flat roofing on the upstairs, so hopefully the heat shield and all that will be replaced when they do it all. So we'll get a little bit more reflection from that. And then what I'm going to do for this room is I'm going to get the UVB film for the windows, so it stops about 30% of the penetrative UVB heat coming in. So I don't mind using the radiator. So at least it keeps, because this room last year when we had that heat wave, this room was almost 40 degrees in here. Couldn't get it down. So all the spiders and everything, mantis, the lot, scorpions, all had to go downstairs into the dining room. So Kath was working downstairs in the dining room with like 80 enclosures surrounding her desk. And then obviously as the summer started to disappear, I brought them all back up here, sort of in the autumn. But it was an absolute nightmare. I don't really want to be doing that again. So I do want to get something, because unfortunately the sun goes straight over the flat roof, and then in the afternoon when it's quite warm, it's constantly shining straight through into this. You can probably see it on the side of my head. It's constantly shining in this side. So I've got the blind completely shut at the moment, and it's still coming through. So I do want to get like that stuff that almost looks like a mirrored window, just to sort of control it a little bit better. You know, I don't mind. I've always got my LEDs on in here, super low cost, and at least gives a bit of light. And then I've got my UVB for the one thing that needs it. And then I've just got the radiator. So I won't need the radiator in here because it'll be warm enough in here, but I just don't want the sunlight in here cooking everything.
So we've got I've got LEDs on absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Every tank's got LEDs in because, like you say, it's super cheap. And I don't have another timer. I just turn them on. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's dark. We'll put them on. That sort of thing.
They look nice as well, don't they? They do look nice. When you get them all set up nicely.
Yeah, mine aren't set up properly on these shelves because I'm changing them. I just put temporary ones up there, and I want ones that exactly fit the shelf.
Yeah, I was a bit gutted because I bought some like LEDs for in here and then realised that they were too short, like the ones from IKEA with the long strips. And I realised they were too short, so I've got to take everything off the desks to then unconnect all those. I want to get the long strips so that I can have all the shelves lit up because they do look good in the evenings.
Yeah.
And then at least I've got them all done. But I've got lights and stuff all over the place at the moment. They're all mix and match. It looks awful.
That's what I'm aiming for. I only go for the same ones, but because I only want half that. I've got different things here. I've got like ants on the end here.
Yeah.
Who don't want the light, so I shoved it across a bit, and it gets a bit.
Yeah. That's why I like joining. That's why I like joining Chaz's lives though, because you don't need to worry about any light because the amount of light that comes from Chaz's camera.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like looking at the sun looking behind his seat.
Did you actually share your bandwidth with Mitch? Because you're going at the same speed, you keep disappearing, or you're stuttering with it.
Me or Chaz?
No.
Oh, Chaz.
Chaz, he'll talk and it'll freeze and all sorts of stuff when he's talking. It's like
I don't know.
it's bloody Right, I'll check your bandwidth, or have you got a bloody antivirus on your computer that does it as well?
No.
Good. Glad you're down.
Oh, Natalie, yeah, they're a pain in the backside. We had a person come round here we had a leak in Connor's room, so we got someone round to check, see what was the state of the roof was, and they came round and said, "Oh no, it's a cracked tile. I'll replace that and I'll seal all your lintels up and this and the other. It'll be 350 quid." So I was like, well, I'm just going to get another person round to have a check. And we got the other person round. He went, "How on earth can this person say it's a cracked tile? Let me FaceTime you from the roof." And we did a video call from me and downstairs and him up on the roof. And he was showing me where all the flat roofing has ripped and it's gone and this and the other, and where the tiles have gone, where the edging has gone. And I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just so glad we didn't bother going with the super cheap guy just because it's what he told us. But the whole front and back dormers both need replacing. So bye-bye, 3,000 something. Oh.
Well, at least it's not a slate roof.
Yeah, exactly. There is that.
Bye 20 grand.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, it's one of those things, it needs doing. It hasn't been done for 10 years. So, and hopefully it's that new super flexible rubbery type felt. So hopefully it should last quite a bit longer. It didn't cost us that much more for that either. It was only about, I think it was an extra £68 plus VAT for the front and back, each. So, it's a no-brainer when you're spending that sort of money to get the better stuff. I like to save money where I can, but for that, it was like, oh, we might as well just do that then. Made no sense. But you still feeding, Chaz?
This mantis just wants me to hold the worm for it.
You're supposed to, that's why.
What one is that?
The spiny flower.
No, they're like the flies, though, don't they? They're not keen on things that wiggle.
They had.
He's eating it. He's eating it.
Yeah, if you shove it in his face, he'll eat it. Yeah.
I had a look today at the bug hut when I was in there, and they have got about 4 or 5 of the Darth Vaders.
Yeah.
Oh, they look cool. They're only little nymphs in there at the moment, but they're quite, because they sort of look like a cross between a dead leaf and a ghost, don't they? A little bit. Yeah.
I've got this is my first. I've got 6 ghosts in it. But these are my first ghosts I've ever had.
All right.
I never liked them because they were popular. I never bothered ever getting them.
Right.
They would have been really worth having. And I'd mentioned to Michael at Atlantis and I said, I'm not really bothered with ghosts. and he sent me a bunch. So I thought, well, I've got them now. I'll have to play with these and get bred. But
Yeah, they're I
they're
quite like
lazy.
them. I quite like the way they jump, like or fly, I should say. They like to jump or fly, and
Well, these are adult yet. These are only nymphs at the moment, but I find them very lazy. A very lazy species with the food. That you more or less they won't eat unless something is really in front of them. Really, it's like where is it now? They just won't bother eating unless something is in front of them.
I love the fact you can tell that's a ghost, even though it's a complete silhouette on the camera just from the shape of their legs and their body.
That's the best thing about them. It's like you see some of the shield mantis and some of the hiradulas. They all look very, very similar. And it becomes down to the point where you say it's the green one. Because differentiating them, some of them you can only tell with the genitals, which is different species, which is not something you want to do. But like you say, with the ghost, you can just see them. That shape they've got, it's unbelievable.
They're I find my one quite inquisitive. Like he won't eat, but if I put my hand in there, he'll come out on the hand, and then he'll want to wander non-stop, and then he won't want to go back in the enclosure. That's for sure. Very much like a versicolor for the tarantulas. Like once you get them out, they just want to walk, and they don't want to go back in their home. Funny little things.
Got a few like that don't want to go home. You're like, you put me back in. No, I'm not having that. They'll fly around. I mean, it's the bigger ones, the bigger mantis, I do tend to keep out all the time, 24 hours a day. But it's always a constant keeping an eye on them, making sure they're in different corners of the room.
Right.
So they're not eating each other's faces off.
Yeah.
The males are not too bad. You can shove them all in one plant. They're all right. They don't really bother each other. But
and so do you leave them? Do you leave some out all the time then?
Yeah. I don't put them in.
All right. Okay. That's cool. I mean, that's quite impressive then. If you're saying that you've not lost a male in a breeding, but have you lost any through them being just on the loose? That's cool then, isn't it?
Never.
Pretty.
I've been on the same shelf at different ends of the shelf, and they've never bothered.
That's pretty cool. That's quite a good success rate then, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, I am constantly on the ball though with it. It's not one of things where you can, drop the ball and give it up for a minute. You've always got to be switched on with it, and which is one of the problems. At the moment, it's like he's in there. The mantis said, "What's in there?" That mantis, there's a male mantis in there because it's currently being a pain in the neck and keeps taking flight. So I can't have them flying around the room.
No.
Oh, you've gone.
Yeah, I've gone, haven't I? Hold on, I'll be back. Oh, where is it? Where's my Safari gone?
Safari.
There we go.
No. Do you not use Chrome?
Yeah, I'm back.
A bit of a Chrome fan, but
The trouble is, Chrome doesn't. StreamYard doesn't like Chrome on the phone. It's weird.
All right. I didn't. See, this one's a bit of a psycho. It just keeps flying. So that's why I put him in. It's like just a male Kirby eye again, which is the same as. Yep, there we go. And he's off. I don't know where he is. No idea where he went. But she looked really happy about it. He's under the desk. So I mean, he's fallen under the desk, and I can't have that. I've got one up in the plant there. It's been there for like 2 weeks, never moved.
Yep.
But this guy took him out 2 minutes. He's flying. So I had to teach him a lesson by putting him in the tank for a week or so. It's like a timeout, prison timeout. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure.
So I know you were saying about not having tarantulas and things like that on your videos recently and stuff like this. And whenever we've sort of spoken and stuff and chat and had a laugh on comments, it's always been no, spiders, no, tarantulas freak me out. And I watched the video of your unboxing of the LP, and I was sort of like, see your face, and you're like, they freak you out. Why do they freak you out? What is it they freak you out about?
It's the way they walk. I can't stand the way they walk. That's it. That's the lot. It's not frightened of being bitten or anything. It's just
Any kind of spider, Matt. Not just
All right, okay.
animals. Even the house spiders, he shouts at me and says, "Come here, get rid of the spider."
Do you know what the funny thing is though, right? Before I started having spiders, before I had any tarantulas, like Connor was on at me for months and months and months. Can we have a spider? Can we have a spider? I'm like, no. Because as soon as there was a house spider going across the lounge floor or anything like that, I'm like, geez, get rid of it. I'm not going near that thing. Feet up on the sofa and all this and the other. And I hated them. I would like take false widows from the conservatory and I'd be like, any way possible to get rid of them where I could use any instrument from the kitchen, throwing knives and everything. And literally, we got the GBB and it completely changed my mindset. And literally, I can't remember now what it was like beforehand. Like, it's really weird. Like, I've got such a varied range of spiders in here now. And Mark Ashton, a while back, gifted me. Well, I won a giveaway, and he gave me 7 spiders. And in that, it was like 7 spiders of doom, though. It was mostly killer brackies. And then there was a feather leg, because he knew I hated feather legs, knew I didn't want a feather leg. And he had this feather leg in there and just kept it quiet from me. And I'm like, arse. But I rehoused it because now it was in my care. I'm going to look after it. So I had to just put my massive big boy pants on and get it done. But honestly, it's really weird because I was completely arachnophobic, and it's completely changed my mind. So never say never, Simon.
Well, I've got a jumping spider here I can't touch.
We've got one that I don't handle. It doesn't like it.
It's only tiny things. I can't touch it. So.
How big is yours? Is it still a nymph?
Yeah, it's a little spiderling. Yeah, it's what is that in French? Then? Is that a centimetre? Is it that?
What? Not even a centimetre.
Not even a centimetre, she says.
Oh right, yeah. See, our one's mature male, and we don't handle it. He doesn't like it, so he's just in his tank.
Right, just can't cope with spiders at all. Full stop. I mean, any of them. But
would you?
With true spiders.
Right, okay.
I prefer true spiders. They don't walk the same way, the creepy way that tarantulas do.
So what about something more like a Bomba Heridia? Like they are.
Not know what that is.
Okay, so they are the Brazilian red, I think they're called. Is that the jumper?
Yeah.
Oh.
Tiny.
On my hand, not on Simon's hands, as you can imagine.
But the Brazilian red, they are like they are a tarantula, but they've got the legs. They look more like a true spider. They haven't got the tarantula's feet, so to speak. They're a strange one.
Maybe, yeah.
They're quite a weird looking one. They're a really unique spider. They're pretty cool. And they've got this like their velvet black legs, velvet black abdomen, and this bright red carapace. They look pretty cool. They are fun. So you were gifted the LP anyway, weren't you?
Yeah, I said I wouldn't. I always said to her life because she always wanted a tarantula. I said I would never have one unless I turned to someone and went, "Here's the spider," and Mark went, "Here's the spider." So and now I have a spider because I just wouldn't. I'd never go out of my way and go and buy one.
Yeah.
It's not something that would ever interest me.
So if you were ended up being gifted at any show you went to a spider from various people, would it be like, okay, you've been gifted them, but
yeah, it would, because I don't know, when you get gifted something, it's like you tend to look after it more, I think. You're making sure, because you don't want to let the person down who's gifted it you. So you want to be able to always say, it's like that horrible jumper that your auntie knitted you. You always want to put it on when she comes round. It's like you always want to say, look, it's still alive. So it's I suppose it's one of them things. But the wife likes them anyway, so
yeah, they are cool. They are cool. I mean,
I think she could do with a nice curly hair. That's what I think.
Oh, I wish it was past 9 o'clock. Why?
It's almost inevitable, though, isn't it? It's almost inevitable because now everyone knows in the community, like, that your other half likes tarantulas. You're going to be inundated with gifts.
Well, I probably not. I'm not going to tell anyone where I live. So, and
you're never going to a show again now.
Yeah, in disguise, it's okay. But yeah, I think we possibly would. Is that one? She's asking me where the jumping spider lives.
See, that's the thing. It's not so much having them and having to deal with them. It's like once they're set up. I think the only problem with, like, for me, being given something that I wasn't 100% comfortable with, even though I knew I'd be all right, like, it's a case of you don't want anything to go wrong whilst you're rehousing, because if anything is going to go wrong, that will be the point. It's normally feeding is okay because you can sort of gauge whether or not they're anywhere near the door and things like that. But it's the rehousing is the point where if something's going to go wrong, it will go wrong.
I watched you the other day with the sling jumping. So.
Don't. That was a nightmare, honestly. It's the only time I've ever done it, and the weird thing is, that's not the feistiest spider. Like, it's only a tiny little thing. It's not going to do anything to me. But it was just I was so focused on that other entrance that I was thinking it was coming out. That when I saw it come round the side of the vial, and it was already out, I'm like, where did that appear from? And instantly just like jumped. But the amount of people that messaged me saying when you jumped, they jumped watching it.
Well, yeah, because it wasn't expecting you to jump.
Yep.
It's just one of things. It wasn't. We haven't seen the spider. We've just seen you jumping, and that's it. Oh,
yeah.
Why are you jumping? It's just
when you play it. I should have put on the video like super slow motion because you can actually see it come up the side and then start to run, and in the full speed, all you see is the vial go up. He goes down on the vial and then goes under the vial and into his home. But when you slow it right down, you can actually see he does a lap of the vial and comes up the tongs a little bit. And I was just like, I'm letting go of this.
I would just faint if one touched me. I think I'd just pass out. No.
But
got my son a jumping spider a couple of years ago.
Right.
For his birthday, and it came 10 days early.
Okay.
Made it an enclosure and everything. So I was all ready. So she put it in an enclosure. And something wasn't right, and I put my hand in just to move something around, like a bit of bark or something, and it jumped on the back of my hand, and I had like this moment of just sweating and feeling sick, and as soon as it jumped off me, I had to sit down, and I felt awful. I would have preferred COVID. It was just a horrible feeling. I mean, especially when it's embarrassing as well, because being into as many inverts as I am, like centipedes don't bother me and other creepies, and yet spiders, I feel really uncomfortable around them. It's if they are in the room, I've got to know where they are, and I've got to be able to see them.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's freaky. It's like if I can't see it, I'd say I start to panic. I'd hate the idea of them getting out. That's what worries me about spiders.
I had, like, last night I was talking on Mark's Live about my Lividus, the cobalt blue that I thought was dead. So I tried to get it out of its like enclosure, break open all the webbing, and then it ran off. And it was then in a big box with a lid on it with no way of me getting to it. And it was a nightmare. But that rehousing had me sweating a little bit, but it's only a tiny baby. It wasn't going to do anything, like I say. But the one that was I think I did probably lose about 3 stone in sweat was when I did the feather leg, because knowing that they are just fast, unpredictable, and notorious for being a little bit defensive, but more on the proactively defensive. I don't like saying aggressive because they're not, but they will charge you. And when I got it in, thought I'd got it in, realised that
it wasn't in, and then it ran around the enclosure. I thought I'd caught it, put a cricket tub over the top of it, and then realised it was on the other side of the glass door. So I was like, oh, great. So I thought I had it in this box that I've now got my hand on, but it's actually the other side, free roaming on the glass the other side. So I had to try and get the box around the other side of the door underneath to then trap it. And then I was like, right, how do I get this into its enclosure? It took a little while, but I just wrapped a sling vial, like one of these things. I just wrapped it with wet tissue so it was dark, and put that in with the cricket tub, and it ran straight in there. And then just put this in the enclosure and left it. And the next day it was out, and it was behind its cork bark.
Oh, that's handy then. I mean, but I really, well, no. If there's one got out in here, I don't know what to do. You know,
Yeah.
it got out. Like, we've lost that mantis now. I don't know what the hell it is. Not worried at all. I'm just worried about squashing it. So that's it. If it's a tarantula, I would not be in it. I could not be in it. I'd have to ring my son and say, come and find it. I can't, because I can't deal with it.
I had the smallest spider I had that I'll say smallest. It's not the smallest one I've got, but it was a mature male, elegans, and it's like probably only, it was still under 2 centimeters, like a little dwarf. And I've only ever, from when I had it, it's now with Scott, but when I had it originally, I rehoused it and it ran off, and I managed to find it and put it back in its enclosure. And then I hadn't seen it the whole time I had it. And then the second time I went to rehouse it, it come out and ran off. And then the next time it went to Scott, and that was it. But so I've only seen it 3 times, and twice of those occasions it's run off. And one of them was when I was in here. It was a pitch black room, like it was late at night. I was working, and it ran across the desk into the darkness. Luckily, it stopped just in front of me, but I had nothing ready. I wasn't expecting it because I was just putting food in there, and it did the runner. And I had to drink this pint of water while I was watching it with my eye. And then I had this empty pint glass, and as I put the pint glass in here, it jumped straight in the glass. So yeah, lesson learned. Lesson learned.
I just no. Is that for Waxton? When she did the rehouse, that tiny sling, she put it in the thing. All the time, I'm like this, all the time. And then for an hour after, I was like, something. It just felt like things were crawling on me all the time when she was doing it. It was like it's like when a kid tells you they got nits. Well, maybe not you, obviously, but
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh yeah. You can have another beard, can't you? Yeah. But it's one thing. It's just like constant itching. It just. I have to have a word with my best mate's actually a trick cyclist. So
okay.
So he's a psychotherapist.
It's really funny because like the itching side of things, it doesn't seem to. I mean, I don't know whether I've just like I itch and I don't realise I'm itching or something, but I've never had an issue with any of the spiders getting me. Like my behemi flicks all the time, and I've never had a reaction from it. The other week when I was feeding the Sturmy, I changed the water bowl, and I just put my hand straight in and pulled the water bowl out, changed its water, put it back in, and people were going crazy like the hairs, and it's like. I don't know what it was. Maybe I'm just lucky so far, but I've not had any issues with any of the urticating hairs at all. But yeah, it's the LP. Some people say that Lacedoria, like some people can't deal with those hairs. Like so, the LPs when they get big can have quite itchy hairs. The Kluge's worse than the Parabana. The Kluge is worse. But yeah, you have to see how you get on, I suppose. Because then you will be itching.
Well, I won't because I won't be going near it.
No, you won't be going near it, so you're all right.
Not a problem. But she's just picked it up a minute ago. She got the tarantula and she just like mess with it.
I'll tell you what though, I do actually look forward to seeing it. I do hope you put updates of it on your videos though, because it'll be, even though it's not going to be like your thing, it'll be quite nice to see how she does with it and how it grows and all this and the other.
Absolutely intend to doing it. In the future when it gets like when it sheds a couple of times or it needs moving and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask questions anyway. I don't know enough about keeping them. It's like I was telling Thomas the same thing. It's like with the ants. I know stuff about ants and I know stuff about spiders, but I don't know about keeping either of them.
Yeah.
It's a different thing knowing about the animal and knowing how to keep the animal.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we all know what a giraffe is, but if someone give you one, would you know what to feed it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of them things. So it's.
And there's always something that you come across and you think, I actually don't know what to do in this situation. And it's like you've never thought, this was so obvious, I've never thought to ask it. You get an awful lot of that.
But it's probably, I mean, one of the things that, I had someone telling me my water bowl was too deep, but it's just tough anyway, because that's all we had was a bottle cap.
Well,
I realised, I'm thinking, why is it too deep? Tarantulas can swim.
Yeah, and also the size of your LP sling, it's not going to break water tension.
No, it's
it'll walk over the top. It'll be like Jesus. It will.
Yeah, because the mantis will do the same when it's really tiny, when you just pour them, they can handle water.
Yeah. The only thing you have to watch with tiny slings is, and it happens more with jumping spiders, which is why they say if you're going to miss the jumping spider, mist it with a really small atomizer, because if you just put big blobs of water in there, sometimes they can go. It has happened with the really tiny jumpers. They go to drink and they almost get sucked into the globule of water, and then they end up inside it, and then they do die. From what I can understand from stories I've heard, and I don't know whether that would ever happen with a tarantula sling, but who knows? If they broke water tension, would it end up underneath? And I know they can survive for quite a while because they get the air pocket around them, but that size, would they, wouldn't they? Who knows? But I wouldn't worry too much about it. Like it'll probably get near the water's edge and just decide, no, I don't fancy it anyway. And
I was thinking that, I mean, because they're not stupid.
No.
I mean,
They'll feel it. They'll feel the difference.
Insects that are pretty, like crickets, are dumb as a brick.
Yeah, and locusts. Yeah,
but they won't put themselves at risk in that position. They won't like, oh, there's water, I'll jump in the water. They won't do it on purpose. So I can't see a spider doing it.
No.
And, it's like that comment on YouTube on the video telling me you need to put that back in the sling pot, and that water bowl's too deep, and I'm like going, oh.
Yeah. The trouble is, as soon as you put anything up on, YouTube, you're always going to get someone. I had someone commenting the other day on my geniculata enclosure saying, when I rehoused it because it had mold, and I sort of emptied it out and put it back in, and the guy said something about that enclosure is the equivalent of a one-roomed apartment with no windows, balcony, or any facilities. Blah blah blah. You need to do better. And I said to him, did you listen to the part where I said this is a temporary solution because it needs rehousing? And he said, no, I was just flicking through. I'm like, you were just flicking through, but you still felt that you needed to make that comment without actually watching the video properly. And he was like, oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't watch it. I do apologise. And it's like, okay, fair enough. But it's just, I don't get that mentality. A
lot of people do it. A lot of people, they'll say things. I mean, they can say what they want about mantis. I couldn't give a damn. I can hold my own with them, but when it was the tarantula, I wasn't sure whether I was doing the right thing. But Mark had said it was fine. Mark had said it was fine, and I figured he knew a lot about tarantulas.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, he says it's fine. You said it was fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't see it. I mean, I personally would have probably gone for something like that sort of size, but that's only because then I can watch it a lot easier. But if I only had a tub your size, I would easily, I mean, I'll show you another thing I've set up the other day. Actually, this was on the video. So this was the UMV I set up the other day on that video, the OBT. I mean, it's too big for it. It's this little bit right here. It's like that. But I'll know where it is, so I'm not bothered. It's a big enclosure. I know where it is. I know where it's webbed up, and I can see it. So why worry about it?
I'm not going to worry about it. I mean, that is the only thing we had. Everything else I've got lots of stuff spare for arboreals.
Yep.
But I had nothing.
But that'd be worse. That would be worse if you put it in an enclosure that's was smaller but a lot taller. Yeah. That could potentially be far worse for it anyway. Because if it climbs up the side and falls down and has an abdomen rupture, not saying they will at that size because they tend to bounce, but it would be far worse in my opinion than doing that. But I'm only quite new to it. But that's what I would definitely have gone with what you did anyway.
Yeah, this sort of thing. I mean, like I say, I've even got. These are what I bet for the mantis. But I've even got ants in these. I've got ants. I've got stick insects in some of these. I've got assassin bugs in those. They're all quite fine in those, quite happily. But I think it's like tarantula. I'm a bit screwed. I was saying I liked something that was arboreal, and if I did go for a tarantula, and I was told about 40.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I think you'd love an Avic. I really do.
I've heard that a million times. Again, we got that spider chat thing. I've heard the name, like a lot of these names, I've heard a bit like geniculata and maculata and the Avic.
The avicularia, Ghanaian pink toe, super docile, pretty, easy to keep, husbandry requirements, just, lots of holes, dry substrate, water bowls, a bit of cork bark, easy done. And they move really slow and predictably. Like, I'm just really biased because I love them, but they are cool, and they're not silly price either, and really, really nice arboreal tarantula. I was just looking at the comment section. We got Natalie saying she was itching the other day. She taxidermied a GBB and couldn't figure out why, and then realised she didn't have any gloves on. And then Osmond's just said, made a comment about the enclosure size. He said, enclosures we make, even temporary ones, are like mansions if you know they just live in a hole in the ground. Some people are just stupid. Which I totally agree with. I think the point was, Oz, is that people always worry about enclosure size just from the fact of if you can't find the spider to get food to it. So you can't, that's the only thing I can possibly think of. People worry about getting food to the spider. But at the end of the day, if you drop food in and a spider's going to wander around in the dark to look for food, then it will. I know they tend to sit in their same spot waiting for things to pass by, but you could always drop food in multiple parts of the enclosure. It's going to find one of them. Chop up a mealworm like you're a sushi chef or something like that, and little bits everywhere. It'll find some of its food, won't it?
I never do that. I never kill the mealworms or anything. I never.
All right, okay.
I've never chopped one up. I've never seen the need to chop one up, to be honest.
No, but that's the thing with the mantises. They'll take it and eat it like a burrito, won't they? Anyway, they'll hold one end. They'll hold both ends in and it's like a corn on the cob. And I feel really bad for the mealworms because you see them and all of a sudden the mealworm's got two halves because the mantis has chewed straight through the centre of it. It's a little bit different with the spiders. I tend to, because if I'm feeding a load, it's not so bad if you've got one or two, but if you've got a load and you want to get through feeding, say 30 or 40. I tend to, for me, I haven't got the time sometimes to sit there and watch everyone take food. So I know there's some that will eat, but I can't see where they are at the moment. So rather than sort of coax them out and feed them, I will either crush the head of a mealworm so that it can't burrow. Because then if they don't eat and it burrows, you end up with the beetle in there. The beetle could potentially cause problems with the spider. Who knows? And it's the same with like crickets and things like that because they're quite predatory. So either crush the head, sort of make it a bit disabled, or easier option for me is when I'm doing my slings, I'll take a mealworm, crush the head, chop it in half, and each spider gets half each of the mealworm. Because the other thing is, unless you've got the micro mealworms, a whole mealworm is way too big for a lot of spiders. You'll end up with a huge fat spider. And then you won't be able to feed the sling again for a month and a half or something like that. So I'd rather feed them more regularly than feed them tiny little bits. That's just for me. That's just the way I am anyway.
Now it's like it ate a cricket yesterday.
I bet it's like a balloon, isn't it? I know it was only a micro one, wasn't it?
What's it like this afternoon?
No, it wasn't very fat, no.
It wasn't very fat, no, she said, so.
Oh, it was one of the micro ones, wasn't it? I saw you on the tweezers, wasn't it? Was it the same size as the one on the video?
Yeah, that's the one it ate, yeah.
Yeah, that was only a micro cricket. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
See, my mealworms are unfortunately I've got 3 colonies that I actually breed myself.
Osman, you're crazy.
But I mean, this is the size of the mealworms that I've got at the moment, and it's like, for a little sling, that's way too big. It needs to probably have maybe a third of that for some of the slings I've got. I do have some tiny ones in my main colony, but I have to sift through all the substrate to get them. So I tend to just let them grow now and just chop them up. Natalie's asking, how many teas do we both have? Well, Simon has one, and it's not even Simon's.
How many tarantulas do you have?
I just said teeth.
Teeth.
It's a bit confused when you
I
just said
have
that's
four.
one tooth. Full set.
Simon, how many have you got, Chaz?
4 will be 5.
Did you order that one in the end? Did you? Nice. How big is it, the one you've ordered?
1 to 2 centimeters.
Oh, what is it, Smithy? Oh, that'll be small, buddy. It will be small.
That's what. Did you see me in the chat? I was like, because I was there. I was like, So I was like, slim pot, or would I go into like a Morio worm enclosure, or?
I think
it's like. But I've done the Morio enclosure, but also I'm gonna set up a sling pot in hand just in case it is tiny.
For 1 to 2 centimeters, if you've got a way of getting to like any of the shops that do like the tiny little food tubs.
Let me find one
like that. Yeah. But you get square ones of these. Or I mean, it'll be fine. It'll be fine in the for a Smithy. It'll be fine in the cricket tub, mate, because it's not going to bury itself, so you'll be able to see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's quite a dry species, you'll be absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine in the cricket tub for while it's growing. It'll just be in that an awful long time, probably.
I've got this one at the moment.
Let's close the chat and have a look at that. Yeah, let's have a look. That's going to be perfect for it, I would think, depending on the size it comes. But if it is a true 1 to 2 centimeter, it's going to be, that's DLS. It's going to be small. Is it a Spider Shop order?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be tiny, mate. It'll be tiny, but
that's why I'm like, I'll keep a sling pot in hand.
Yep.
Because I've got one here that I can set up.
No, I'm sure it'll be fine, mate. When's that? That should come this week, shouldn't it?
Yeah, that Thursday. Nice. I think I selected, but I'll see. Also, some flies and some cockroaches come in as well. So.
Yep, like Osman says, that looks perfect for a couple of molts. I think you'll be fine in that because it'll be a small tea, and because it's a brachypelma, it'll grow so slowly, mate. You'll find that you'll end up with that for quite a while, I think. As far as how many I've got, I actually don't know. Around 100, I think.
That'd be me when I get my cabin.
Yeah, I've got around 100 teas, 3 scorpions, and then various other things. But yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, it's the point, Matt.
We really do need to start counting things because that's quite a common question that I always get asked: is how many mantis have you got? How many species have you got? And I can always go, I have no idea.
What? I always show them have you seen on TikTok? It was like, how many are there? And then it just does a random song. It's like da 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 da.
I'll tell you what you'll find with a Somani. Like my Somani, this is a Somani enclosure. I don't know if that's quite shown up on camera. Is it there? Anyway, this Somani here, I've had this since December 2021, and it lives in this little burrow that's down here. It's sealed off the enclosure front. That has fed probably 4 times since December 21, and it's come out to say hi twice, and it's molted twice. Yeah, I've got 2 slings as well, and they're pretty much the same. But I've got my pulchra that hasn't eaten since May, so I won't worry about this feeding. They're a pain sometimes.
So that
I'm
one's
looking
on
at
the
them.
goal list then.
I'm looking at getting another obviously in the
Definitely.
future another whitey.
A whitey?
Yeah.
To what, geniculata?
Yeah.
The good thing about geniculatas, right, is they're feel cheap. They grow really fast, and their feeding response is amazing.
Do they hide all the time, or?
No, I mean my geniculata. I've got 3 geniculatas, and my female is normally out all the time, sitting by the door. She's a pain actually, because when you open the door to try and feed her, she's like freedom. I've got 2 slings. Now one of the slings burrows, and the other one sits on top, like sits by its door of its cork bark entrance, and the other one just literally bulldozes the entire enclosure. It's funny. I think it's quite funny when you have like multiples of the same species and they do completely different things. It's quite an interesting thing. I mean, do you get that much in the mantis world where they just act completely different?
So I do know. It's just a quick example.
I get it. Spinies in the mantis world, spinies are exactly like it in my opinion.
Spinies?
Yes. P. Wahlbergy.
Oh, the farm mantis, yeah. I wasn't sure because spinies are also something that people seem to call assassin bugs. So the reader, they call that spiny.
I mean, because with the spiny mantis, obviously you get like there's no, in my opinion, there's no two the same. Like with like the way they act and stuff.
All right, okay.
I got 6 of those coming. I ordered them yesterday. So,
but it's weird because how do they act differently? Because obviously with tarantulas, you can see it. They either burrow, they bulldoze their enclosure, they go down, they either web a lot or they don't web a lot. What differences do you see with the mantis?
Well, you've just seen it now. Exact same male of the species, same age. One sat up there for 3 weeks, the other one flying around all over the place. He's not eaten for 2 months.
Right.
This one will stuff its face the second you show it something.
Oh, right, okay.
They're all independent with the way they are. I mean, I've got this stuff here that I use from Tom Ants on a Rock. It's called ant candy.
Ant candy.
Right, okay.
Ants is like honey. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah.
But this is better for them honey. This has actually got all sorts of nutrients.
Have you actually? I'll message you after.
Show that again.
It's because I don't want to. It's because I don't want to say. I don't want to say something, but then obviously people like random people come later and watch it and stuff, and then just give you a little backlash.
Just text me on Discord, mate, and say what you want. I don't care.
That's what I was going to do.
Right? Don't worry about it. But anyway, that's that stuff. Like most of them will eat it. Some of them will pull the face up, pull the nose up on it, even if it's the same species. They just go, no, don't want that. Don't like it. Okay. So they actually got a taste, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And some will eat. You've got to look at the same species. You can't say different species because they are, like I was saying, the one he's got there, the spiny flowers, the Wahlbergy. They prefer flying stuff. Right. If you've got like shield mantis, they'll eat pretty much anything. Chuck a worm on the floor, they'll eat it.
So what would you say for like the standards ones like Magiscula and Ghosts? Would you say like their food choices have they got some things that you found they prefer?
Well, Ghosts again are another. They prefer flying prey, and the way they hunt is different as well because they prefer to be stationary and have something come to them.
Yeah.
Whereas Magiscula will actively chase something down.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen the African lion mantis, the lineola.
Yeah.
They are mental. They
Right.
will run a good meter to get to a cricket or a beetle or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And they're just absolutely insane. Whereas some of them will just sit there and watch it walk past them. It's
I mean, my Magiscula, I could put it on my desk and I could put a worm somewhere else on the desk and it will literally wander across to it and have it. Whereas the Ghost, it's almost like I have to search. It's like my teenager. I have to put the dinner plate in its face before it will go, oh, thanks for the food. Yeah, cheers.
That's what I said earlier about the Ghosts. I find them quite boring.
Yeah.
and yet people go crazy over it. I'm like, yeah, they look cool, but
I do like them when they're out and they're sort of flying around, and when they do want to fly, they can get a fair old distance. And I like the fact that before they even get their wings, they will jump. The jumping's quite amusing because they do it when you least expect it as well. They're quite funny with that.
well, they all pretty much jump.
Yeah.
I had great fun catching all these cryptic mantis yesterday.
You?
As they're all over the walls. There's probably some over the walls now. I don't know.
How do your what about your sun beetles with the flying of them? Do yours tend to like a bit of a flight or a flight attempt, I should say?
Never seen them fly.
Really?
Yeah. I'm looking at them now, just getting stuck into a piece of metal.
Simon, Simon, a message on Discord.
This word? I haven't got Discord open, so I'll have to have a look in a bit, mate.
How many of the sun beetles have you got?
I've only got 4.
Oh, right, okay.
I got them as I got the grubs as feeders.
Yep.
For the adult mantis for when because they last ages.
When
you pair them up, so it got them as feeders. And I just chucked them into a thing, and like I think November, they popped up. The sun beetles kept popping up, and I just ended up with. So I made them a little enclosure for themselves.
Yeah.
But I do.
Every now and then I'll be sitting on here at the moment, and all of a sudden I'll hear this, and it'll be one of the sun beetles. They've tried to go for a flight. They've got these wings. They open it up, but they are the world's worst flyers. They'll probably do about 4 or 5 centimeters, 3 inches or so, and just drop. And they invariably they'll climb up to the top of the enclosure. They'll go to fly, and then they go a little distance like that, and then just fall. And the amount of times I just see the beetles upside down on their backs, pooping, because as soon as they do that, they poop, and that citrusy poop smell, and then they flip themselves over and climb back up again. They're quite funny to watch. But I've got one of my assassin bugs, the Horrida, actually at the moment. Just it literally keeps trying to do something with its wings. What's up, Chaz? You're going a bit stir crazy over there. What's up?
Just for the message I sent to you, Simon.
Let's hear that.
That's why I'm laughing at. I'm like,
let's say I'm going to see it might knock me off this. So I open Discord.
I'm going to have to give Leah a message in a minute. I want to see how good the Midland show was today, because I know it's the Midland show is normally a really good show.
that. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I don't have that. I don't have that problem with inebriated mantis from ant. We actually call ant candy ant crack because they do get addicted to it, and you have to be very careful with them. It's very tempting to give them some more because they grab hold of the bottle. I don't know how you feed it them. I just straight out the bottle.
I give it to them in a pipette.
Well, yeah, that'd work. Yeah, I just take the top off.
And then as much I just do as much, but in the pipette I do like a tiny bit of the amount that I want to give them. Then I just slowly just squeeze it out, and they'll see.
Well, I tend to let them just. I want to say lick because it looks like they are doing. I allow them to take up what's on the cap, if you like. I don't actually squeeze any out. So it's not too bad.
But I remember one time I did it to a spiny, and it just got the case of disease and just started like doing laps around the tank. And I was like, oh no, what have I done?
They do get very excited over sugar water and honey. Because basically ant candy is sugar water, but it's got other stuff in it as well that's good for insects. So this one's being really clingy to me today. I've got this is Jackie's mantis. It won't let me look.
Doing it. You're getting lucky today.
Come on, you want to go up there? Go, good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Where the hell he's gone, I don't know. Where you go, Bulls? No, we'll go for now. I thought we'd have walked up the wall by now.
No, I don't know where he is. Can't find him. I would better put the lights in over and try to work.
Give me 1 second. I need to find this bloody mantis. I also need
It's
to.
here, it's here, it's here.
Where the hell was it?
I don't know. Come here.
This is why he's in his tank. Give me a second. I need a big nose.
Oh, fuck.
It's all right. I just had to go and find my frog. It completely disappeared. He'd buried himself underneath his substrate and then moved about 4 inches to the left. Just like disappeared.
That's fine. I'm currently giving Mantis alcohol.
So Chaz, what are you been doing this weekend anyway?
I haven't really been doing much. Obviously today I've been doing the lives.
Yeah.
Then obviously yesterday I did the mantis, the tarantula.
So it's a smithy you've ordered, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you want to see my smithy?
Yeah.
My little chunky smithy. I'm going to take this off here and you can have a look at the smithy. Give me 2 secs. Let's change the camera around.
Got him. Go. We're back into the naughty.
Right, there you go, Mr. Chaz. Right, this is my smithy here.
Oh,
I always forget. I always try and open this enclosure the wrong way. For some reason, I grab this end to try and pull it open rather than the correct end. But there you go, Chazmeister.
Ah.
Super heavy pre-molt.
it's pretty.
I love it.
Yeah,
It's getting its colour.
that's all right, Natalie. Yeah, it's super pretty. It's very. You can see how dull it is though at the moment, and that butt has been in pre-molt like that for probably the last 4 months.
See the nose now.
Oh wow.
It's not had any food for probably not had any food for 6 weeks now.
Wow.
He won't. It's just It's just decided it's now not eating now. But yeah, funny little thing, beautiful. Not very bright right now, just because it's super pre-molt. But let me just put the phone there for a second.
Tis quite. I can look at them and appreciate them.
That's the smithy. And then I've got Hamorai, which I'll try and see if I can get to the front of its enclosure without it wanting to kill me.
I've got my Mori on hand.
I know Chaz likes the brackies, so I'll get the brackies out.
Can you see it there?
Let's have a look. Yep.
Yeah.
There.
Sat in the court back. I find like the setup for a tarantula seems to be like they're just isopods with a water bowl.
Sort of, yeah. Sort of.
That's
You can make them quite elaborate with their enclosures and stuff like that.
Actually, this one could do with more substrate.
I suppose if you're gonna go all full out with a decent enclosure, all nice, you might as well wait until actually adults.
Whoa!
That's a big bugger. Yeah, you can keep that one, mate.
This one's actually only about probably DLS, so diagonal leg span, front to back. Probably 4 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches maybe. 3 inches, I'd say.
Then this is this one. Can you see it?
But this one's recently molted, Chaz, so you can see how nice and bright it is compared to.
Yeah.
But this is a male, and he is quite. He's quite he's not as docile as some of them. Like he will, he'll have a pop at me at any given opportunity.
I've yet to see if I can actually touch the molt of the spider.
Right.
That should
Can you
be
see that?
first
Can you
step.
see that? Can you see that from already there?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see that, mate.
That's
This
the
is-
baby one.
This is one of my favourites.
So I don't find that one as interesting as the last one.
I like this, the carapace on this one for me. This this is quite dull because it's going to molt at some point in the near future. It's just getting that dull. But these on the legs, the bits that are here, they normally are really, really bright. And the carapace here, you've got this jet black triangle, and then you've got like that bit behind it's normally quite bright. But this is the Amelia. Absolutely one of my favourites of the genus, really.
With Morris, do they normally have like a pinkish spot on their abdomen? Or is that a sign of them? Or is that a sign of them molting?
I don't think it's a sign of them molting. I've never heard of the pink spot being a sign of molting, but I'm happy to be corrected. Let me just get the other ones out for you, Chaz.
It's almost like a red gold spot, but I'm not sure if that's just my transfer.
Let's go on a brachypelma tour. They're all in Braplas at the moment. They all do need to move. This one definitely should molt soon. This is one that it's so docile, doesn't move much anymore at the moment because it's so pre-molt. But this is the Albiceps.
Oh,
but you can see how light its legs are at the moment. Simon's freaking out there.
Yeah, it's
but its legs are looking a little bit. Legs are looking all grey, and it's not eating now. That abdomen's super dark. It needs to molt, and when it does, it's going to have some serious size on it.
I mean, what I've got here is
as I put the lid on that, it launched itself across the enclosure.
My brachypelma, the Hamori I got at Brighton did that.
This is another one, Chaz, that's huge pre-molt.
And there's just Simon, just like, yeah, I prefer these.
I'm just going to try and move this one over a little bit because of where it is.
What one's that, Simon?
It's spike tail.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. They're not free roaming.
Oh.
They also don't like getting off you. Once you got it in your hand, they're not for getting off. Go through.
We have a AKAC starting.
You're going to show us your favourite one, Matt?
I am. I'm going to show it now. So I was just moving him over a little bit because he just ran off. This is another heavy pre-molt.
Name. It's just like I can't put the name to the face, if you know what I mean.
So that one is beautiful.
You can see again heavy pre-molt. This is the Brachypelma auratum.
Which one's the fire leg?
Bohemi.
Is that like something like a red knee or something?
This is the red knee, I believe.
That's what I would have called it, yeah.
Oh, flame
That's
knee.
not red knee.
Flame knee. This is the Mexican flame knee. I'm terrible with common names, but this is the Mexican flame knee. But yeah, that's the Brachypelma auratum. I do have a Bohemi. The Bohemi is Bohemi's there.
Oh, that was. Oh yes. Look at Simon. Look at Simon.
That's the fire
look at
leg.
Simon. Try not to look.
That's the fire leg, and then next to it, up on its wall up there, which you're not going to see because of the lighting, that's the classy, which is the Pink Beauty.
So you just terrified me there with the word "it's on the wall." That's a scary thought for me. I'm not into that idea.
Right. Are you going to have to end this live then, Chaz, if the AKC's coming on?
Microphone.
Right, so that's the end of this live. Thank you to
That's abrupt.
Through this one.
thank you to Nat coming on earlier. Thank you to Simon and Matt coming on and sticking around. And
No worries, buddy. It's been a pleasure, mate.
if you like this live, please give it a like, subscribe, and turn the bell on. And I'll see you all on Friday. Well, Thursday or Friday, depend, because if obviously whenever my transfer come, I may go live then.
That'd be good. See the transfers. See what you get.
Let's try and move my item. Right. Are you going to be on the AKC? Are you going to be watching, Chaz?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you over there then, guys. It's been an awesome pleasure.
Yeah, make sure you go over to let me check it.
Ellie's channel, I think, tonight.
Yeah, Ellie's channel, and like I said, I'll see you in my next live. If you're not on that, I'll see you as per usual on Friday. And yeah.
All right, buddy. See you later, guys.
See you.
See you later.
See you later, Simon. Bye, guys.